Adrian N. Breitfelder, City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a special session of the City Council to be held on Thursday, April 24th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. in the Historic Federal Building for the purpose of receiving presentations on certain fiscal year 2026 department budgets.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to a special session of the Dubuque City Council for April 24th, 2025. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during tonight's budget presentations. Input options during the live meeting include: in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input for the presentation they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access code that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which presentation you would like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which presentation you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. Attendance for the session is as follows: Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Farber.
Here.
Jones.
Here.
Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Wethel. Here. City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
Thank you. So we will move on to our budget presentations.
Okay, we have reached the final night of our budget presentations here in the city of Dubuque. So we have 4 tonight. We're beginning with the Community Impact Department. So I'll turn it over to Antonio.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? First, I want to say how honored and grateful I am to be a part of this community and this organization. I cannot express enough how often I'm in the privileged opportunity to hear from community members in Dubuque, but also from community partners outside of our community, that this is a part of local government, the work that we get to do and how we get to serve. We invest in people. And we're grateful to share the work that we're able to do within our newly department. But that speaks volumes on the leadership and the priorities that you make as a council. So I want to say thank you so much for all your efforts and hard work. As we've all been a part of these budget presentations, some of us viewing from more comfortable locations. But thank you again for your time and effort. So let's talk about the Office of Community Impact. Our mission is to foster an empowered and engaged community where all individuals and families, especially those from underrepresented backgrounds, can thrive. How we live out that mission is by addressing barriers within our community through programs, partnerships, and opportunities that enhance access to resources, improve the quality of life for residents, and contribute to a positive, thriving community. When we became a newly department, the first order of business was to reflect on and to collectively understand how do all of these divisions, if you will, entities within our department contribute to a thriving community. And so the first order of business was making sure that we had a solid, congruent mission so that all of us can stay tied to why we're truly here and how we serve. Simply put, we work through a collective impact model. So the quick elevator speech is we are very intentional about being data-driven, outcome-focused. We're intentional about understanding community needs. We are very intentional about partnering with people, organizations, families in collaboration to address community problems. And we'll go ahead and talk about our phenomenal team. So this is the leadership team of the Office of Community Impact. We have Miranda, who is our Community Diversion and Prevention Coordinator. She directly oversees our fine and fee reform initiative. You have Anne Marie, who is unable to be here today, but she's our administrative assistant. She helps with all the micro details within our department, helps keep everything running smoothly. Sarah Berna, our AmeriCorps Program Director. Lemetra, who is not included in this budget presentation as it relates to FTE, but she's a part of our leadership team in our department, and she's the director of the Multicultural Family Center. And then we have Brittany Hayes, who's our community service and outreach coordinator. I will say, in working with these individuals, we are a department who collectively we are passionate about helping people. We're passionate about meeting people where they are, about being very intentional, again, data-driven and outcome-focused. And it's just been an honor, these last couple of months in just working with our team and uniting towards our mission. So when you think about this collective model, I have this visual of my brain and how this looks like on paper here, right? But when you think about what does it look like to truly be a collective, to truly live in a collective impact model, within our department, we get to serve with a very diverse nonprofit organization at the Multicultural Family Center. You'll hear later about the partnership between the city and a nonprofit, but our nonprofit organization focuses on, again, understanding the needs and gaps in our community and being very intentional about serving out and living out that mission through adult programs, through cultural events and celebrations, through teen programming, and through family activities. Moving from left to right, we have our AmeriCorps program that is focused on expanding capacity. AmeriCorps focuses on addressing the needs in any community, and here in Dubuque, with this particular AmeriCorps program, we focus on social and emotional competencies. As we know, we live in a world where we are victims to iPhones, iPads, and we understand the impact that has on all of us, but especially our young people. And so we have members in this program who are connected through different host sites and community partners, youth-serving organizations that focus on those social and emotional learning competencies so that our youth can be stronger leaders. Again, moving from left to right, we have, as I mentioned, Miranda and Brittany who focus directly and work directly with our community members. But if you look at all of the different colors here and how we all collaborate to get the mission done, this is what it looks like within our department, and we like to role model what that looks like even on a bigger scale here within our community. And so with that being said, I am going to call up Sarah Berna, and she will cover some really brief highlights of our AmeriCorps program.
Okay, set the tone. I got to be really brief. First, technology. So I'm going to dig right in. Good evening, hello. I'm here to share with you what our amazing AmeriCorps members are doing in the community with our community partners in accomplishing in our Dubuque community. AmeriCorps members serve boots on the ground every day, expanding capacity and empowering youth. Every day they deliver social emotional lessons through engagement, practice, and fun. They connect teens with colleges and job shadowing and develop future-ready skills like cooking, conversation, accountability. They develop new programs like bike education and safety and bookworm builders. They implement crucial supports and education like youth mental health first aid. Members serve their community by choice, and they are creating spaces of belonging and to address critical needs and support for our youth. I want to direct your attention to the quote on the slide. AmeriCorps members, like I said, are serving by choice. They are changing lives and committing to a service. Service doesn't just happen in a moment, it's a movement. We're all in this service role in this room and interested in how we can serve our community, and AmeriCorps members are a big part of that. For all of you data lovers, you're looking at last year's social emotional competencies. I want to clarify, we live in three worlds: the calendar year, the fiscal year, and then our AmeriCorps program year. So everything's a little bit tied together, but you're seeing our highlights from our last program year. This was the first year of the social emotional program, and each pair of the bar graphs is a pre and post assessment of the 8 social emotional competencies using the Devereaux Student Strength Assessment, or DESA. The far left on top and bottom are both composite scores. I'd like to draw your attention to the upper set of bar graphs, particularly the red circle. We'll use that as an example instead of go through everything. Self-awareness, right? So K through 5 program participants are showing improvement through the interactions and interventions that they do with AmeriCorps members. Look at the blue, that's the typical range. Look at the green, that's the strength. And we're seeing those red need areas decrease and the blue and green increase. And if you're looking at this whole picture, right to left, those bar graphs are paired showing that we're seeing improvement, right? When members are working, adults who care are working with students, there's growth, right? So what does self-awareness look like? The ability to understand one's own emotions, thoughts, and values, and how they influence behavior across contexts. Or in simpler terms, if we're talking to kindergartners, how to settle your glitter, right? Now let's take a look at the second set of bar graphs on the bottom, 9th through 12th grade. This is a reflection of our Summer Teen Empowerment Program, and that is focused on future-ready skills and youth safety. When we talk about growth in terms of decision-making, the red circle that I've highlighted there, we're not just talking about perfection, right? We're dynamic individuals, and AmeriCorps members serving as role models and mentors are devoting their time and energy to serve teens to help them experience that growth. It's not linear, it's ebb and flow, but when we talk about pre and post assessments and the time that we're devoting to these youth, we see growth in their social competencies. What that looks like with the role model and the mentors is that they're engaging in less risky behaviors, right? When they are learning how to develop responsible decision-making skills. AmeriCorps members across the board on this slide are showing you that time with our youth is impacting their growth. So I want to make a note that we're not skipping the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. They are part of our programming. This is just a snapshot of our assessment and 2 parts of the program. It's actually part of our performance measures for the national AmeriCorps measures that we do. I also think it's important to note when we're looking at this data, I want you to consider, we're thinking about the kids on that that are affected by that, but the AmeriCorps members are overwhelmingly telling me that they're learning from this as well, right? We have members from all ages who are learning as they go and giving experience and guidance along the way. So I want to share that story, right? You always want the data and the story, or make them laugh, make them cry. So this is a quote from Marlis. She is with our program for the 3rd year, and she states, "One of my favorite activities is using breathing techniques with students. Students learn to use breathing as a tool to calm their bodies and their minds. In this way, they learn to identify and deal with strong emotions. This group created a unique 2-person breathing exercise known as ball toss breathing. The students inhale and exhale as they toss a ball through the air." So when we talk about this, it's important to note that the members are serving with these students in small groups and one-on-one, and they're teaching them about their brain. They're introducing words like amygdala and hippocampus and helping them understand what part of their brain and how it helps them control those strong emotions and how we react. It's helping me right now stay cool when I'm presenting to adults, right? So this is that back and forth of how we show that the students, I want to highlight this example, they came up with this. This is the highest order of thinking, when they learn and then teach. They asked to be recorded, and they are going to be promoting that in their school to younger students. And it's kind of like a elementary public service announcement, right? How to control your breathing and settle your glitter. So that's self-actualization. Maslow's hierarchy of needs for the educational pedagogy people. That's the top, right, where we're teaching to others. So I want to note also that members don't have to be a licensed educator. When I say, hippocampus and amygdala and pedagogy, they don't have to know those things. They have to care, they have to want to learn, and they have to demonstrate those skills. We get all walks of life. I've had accountants that want to be involved. We've had business, we've had educators, social worker, criminal justice, you name it. So this next slide, a snapshot of our youth served, but I really want to highlight, you'll see those numbers again in our KPIs, but I really want to highlight and very important to thank our community partners. We couldn't do this without service at the Dubuque Community Schools, Hillcrest Family Services. Within the city of Dubuque, we have members serving with teens through engineering, who you'll hear from later tonight. And Parks and Recreation, Carnegie Stout Public Library, Multicultural Family Center. That is what we're doing. Members serving in the community with community partners to solve capacity building and support needs of youth. For the numbers people, the economic impact, right? To highlight the resources that we're leveraging through the federal grant and through our local investment. So I'm not gonna go too crazy with the numbers here because you all can do math. probably better than me maybe. But last year's program over on the left, you saw local investment, that's our partners, of 177,000, and for a total investment, when you look at the hours served, the professional development, and the total impact of 679,000. So what we're seeing is that local investment of 177 leveraged the federal resource, and then when you take a look at their hours and the professional development that they're pouring back into the community through our youth, that value is where we get independent sector of what their hours are, right? So then let's fast forward over to the other side of the screen where we're in the current year. It's smaller numbers because we aren't complete. We're about 3/4 of the way through that. And so far we've leveraged 81,000 local investment and the federal investment. And when you see the hours, the professional development that they are again pouring into these kids, pouring into these community partners, just over 200,000 that we're leveraging. We have the biggest part of our program coming up, so that number is going to rise. We have 18 new members that we will bring in for our summer program, and kind of foreshadowing maybe even one new host site and doing social emotional learning with youth in our community. So as you can see, AmeriCorps members are making an impact in the community. We got an economic impact. We pulled the heartstrings on those stories, but that's that higher order of thinking. And we also we can see impact through our AmeriCorps members that live and want to stay living here, right? We get people from out of state that come to serve here too, right? We've got a lot of colleges. We have a lot of college students who do this. So I want to just encourage everybody to celebrate service. And when you see people that are in service, I'm always going to try and thank them. So thank you for your service. I'm going to, turn around and tell the AmeriCorps members thank you for their service and your time. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brittany Hayes, and she's going to talk about other service types in our community that are positively impacting us. I'll be around for questions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Hayes, and I'm the Community Service and Outreach Coordinator. So I'm here to talk about service and volunteerism that we get to work on here in the Office of Community Impact. And we really believe that service is the cornerstone to a thriving community. Volunteerism and community service provide so many ways to get our community members involved, which helps to make Dubuque a better place. Volunteer opportunities and service opportunities allow residents to connect with each other, expand their personal and professional networks, build skills, and overall it makes us healthier, both physically and mentally. And by getting our residents involved in service that's meaningful to them, we become a city that's more engaged, connected, and resilient. And so we have the pleasure of working with community members and community organizations to increase volunteerism, get more people involved, but also make sure that our service and our volunteer opportunities are strong, so that we can support those people who really want to get involved and want to serve our community. So we work with nonprofit organizations to understand their volunteer needs, and then we connect with community members and try to direct them towards a volunteer opportunity that fits their interests, their skills, their schedules, all of that. And while we have a lot of projects that we work on, you can see a list there, and that's probably not all of it, but there's a couple that I want to highlight. We have recognized there's a few areas in Dubuque that need a little extra TLC, need some help with cleaning up litter in that area. So our department collaborated with several other city staff members to organize neighborhood cleanups in a couple different areas of the city so far. We've had 2 of these opportunities over the last few months, and between those 2 opportunities, we had about 40 individuals participate with us, and we collected around 40 bags of garbage just in those 2 couple of hour opportunities. And that's something that we want to continue to organize because these opportunities help us get city staff involved, and we can connect with residents. We can show that we care, we respect their neighborhood, we want to make that area a better place for them to live. So we are going to continue organizing those so that we can connect with our residents in those areas. The second one that I would like to highlight is the Easter egg hunt that that was hosted last weekend in Comiskey Park. So a few of us here in the department worked with some other individuals across the community to organize this event. In total, there were 23 sponsors that helped to organize, including My Son's Tacos and Multicultural Family Center. To help prepare for this event, we had around 30 students from Hempstead, 30 students from Wahlert, some teens from the Multicultural Family Center, and a few different individuals help us fill over 7,000 eggs that we then distributed for the kids in that community. And then on top of that, we had about more than 10 of those sponsors volunteer that time for that event, and then we had an additional around 15 volunteers come to help with that. We also had around more than 900 community members come to that event. So you can see a picture there, and I just think that that was such a good example of our community coming together to organize a really special event for the kids in that neighborhood. So I just wanted to highlight those two really cool opportunities that we have been able to be a part of. And then one of the most important things that we get to do in this department is build strong partnerships across the Dubuque community. So we've been working with several of our educational institutions to try to find ways to engage students and staff in meaningful service opportunities. And we also partner with other community organizations and community leaders to identify the needs in our community and create or find the service opportunities that we can have to support those needs and try to meet those needs in the community. One of the things that we get to do is partner with United Way to facilitate the Community Volunteer Partnership, which is a group of volunteer leaders across Dubuque and some of our surrounding communities. And we come together every other month to network with each other and share best practices for volunteer management and engagement. We know that all nonprofit organizations need the help of volunteers, and many of our nonprofit organizations rely entirely on volunteers. So it's really important to get people to help those organizations. And so we come together in this group and talk to each other and provide some learning opportunities. And we asked a few of the people that participate in this group what this partnership means to them. How is that meaningful to them? And Catholic Charities is one of the organizations that had responded, and they said, the community volunteer partnership meetings have been incredibly valuable for my organization. They offer fresh perspectives, innovative strategies for volunteer recruitment and retention, and valuable educational resources. Additionally, these meetings foster meaningful connections between agencies, creating opportunities for collaboration and shared learning. And the insights gained have directly contributed to enhancing our volunteer program, making it more effective and sustainable. So this is a really great group that comes together. And then one of the other organizations said that they have a volunteer management certificate through the Des Moines Area Community College, and none of the colleges in the local area offer a course like that. And they said that this group is that course for the Dubuque area, but they also said that this group is even better because the networking that we provide in that group makes it better than a class that you take. So it's just really special to be a part of this and to help our community organizations grow their volunteer programs. So then one of the biggest projects that we work on here is the Volunteer DBQ platform, which is also a partnership between the City of Dubuque and United Way. And Volunteer DBQ is the central place to post volunteer opportunities and find volunteer opportunities here in the Dubuque community and in our surrounding communities. We're really trying to get the word out about Volunteer DBQ and get people to find their volunteer opportunities here because it's just really easy to have one place for that. As you can see on the top graph there on the right-hand side, we've had some pretty steady growth in our new users that get registered on our website. And you can see a pretty decent spike there in March, and that's because that's when a lot of people sign up for our Days of Caring opportunity. So we have been really growing our users on there, and we have more than 5,500 users on that site right now. So we've got a pretty good group there, and then we have more than 175 organizations that are registered on there and that use it pretty actively. So, and then we're also trying to encourage volunteers and organizations to record their hours on the website. And as you can see on the bottom graph there, we are really trying to encourage people to record those hours. And we had a really unexpected spike in hours reported, and that is mostly with the help of HACAP. They had their recent volunteer income tax assistance program, and they had all of their volunteers report those hours over the last few months. So we have had suddenly hundreds of hours reported on there, which is amazing to see. And so if we look at all of the numbers for like the volunteer hours that are reported. So there's 2,039 hours that were reported individually by volunteers that use this website. And then we also have, this website has helped support the community Thanksgiving meal, the Spartans Make a Difference Day event, and also the Days of Caring event. So if you look at the numbers for those two events themselves, and then we added the numbers for hours that were reported by individuals, and altogether, those hours equaled 8,098 total service hours in the Dubuque community. And then we multiply that number by $28.88, which is the value of a volunteer hour, which has been determined by the independent sector. And so when we multiply the hours by that value, that volunteerism and service has had a total economic impact of $233,000, almost $234,000 here in the Dubuque community. And we know that that's a small number because not everybody reports their hours and not everybody uses our website. So we know that that's a low value, but it's really important that we get people involved because this really does have a value and an impact on our community. So that is all that I have, and I will turn it over to Miranda.
Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. My name is Miranda Onofre. I'm the Community Diversion and Prevention Coordinator. The last time I was in front of you all, it was for our working session back in November, and we were talking about where we were at with our Equitable Fine and Fee Reform Initiative. And so with that, we have created the Community Impact Service Program, which is a program that helps our residents in our community reduce their City of Dubuque fines and fees through service opportunities. And so this is a pilot program, and so our focus is on City of Dubuque utility billing accounts. So when our residents aren't keeping up with their bills, they can get fines and fees, and they can accumulate, and then they can also get their water turned on. And so we know water is a big necessity for our residents, and so that was our main focus for this. So when we were looking at service opportunities, we have a wide range, a variety of what our residents are able to get connected to. So the first is community volunteering. So we are getting our residents involved back into our community. You'll see the picture up there. It was actually from a city cleanup that we did. We invite our residents to join us to get to know who we are as a city, get to familiar faces, and really build on that networking and that trust and rapport with our residents. And I do just want to show that, our program, we are very family friendly, and so you'll see that our residents, they brought their kids with them, and so we were able to clean up Kaminsky Park with their friends, with their family and their children, and they're also building memories while they're doing that, and also paying off their bill as well. So it's a double bonus. We also offer personal empowerment opportunities. And so our goal with this program was to really help our residents and fill those gaps in what they need. And so part of that we have seen some of our residents, they don't have a big support system here in our community, so we're getting them connected to different support groups, different brain health resources, to really give them the support they need to thrive in our community. And then we also partner with external financial institutions that we bring to the Multicultural Family Center, because we know budgeting, savings, and credit repair is all big major things, and especially with we are dealing with our residents, and so we try to bring those resources to them and really meet our residents where they're at. We also look at professional development opportunities so we can get our residents connected to resume building. Most of our residents, they don't have a resume. So trying to build that, and then also mock interviews, the do's and don'ts, all that good stuff. We did launch our program on the 1st of this year, so we're 4 months into it, and it is amazing. And so I'm very excited to share with you all of that we've done. So when we first launched in January up to now in April, we've received 50 applications from residents, and this was from word of mouth, referrals from other organizations. We hadn't mass marketed this yet because, again, it is a pilot program, but we're going to expand, I promise. Of those 50 applications, we had 35 residents who were approved. So if residents weren't approved, it was because they wouldn't give me their income, because we do have to verify income as this is an income eligible program, or they would apply for our program, but they didn't need assistance with City of Dubuque utility billing utilities, but they needed help with Alliant and Black Hills, because those are utility services that are also happen to be more expensive than our utility bills. And so unfortunately, they didn't have an account with us. They were looking for others. And when that happens, we do refer them to other resources that can help cover the cost of Alliant and Black Hills. We currently have 17 active households in our program, and we've had 10 program completions. So that means our residents, they did their hours, they got their bill paid back, and then they're just keeping track with their upcoming bills for the rest of the year. So what we're able to do is our program, we don't just look at their fines and fees, but we look at their entire bill as a whole. And so what we do is we get their total utility bill balance. We divide that by $28.88, because that is how much a single service hour is worth in the state of Iowa. And that gives us their service hours. And so while our residents are in our program, they are required to participate in 2 hours of service per week minimum. If they have the time to do more, we're never going to say, no, you can't serve, you can't, no. So there is no limit for them to do that. And then as of today, we've had 233 hours invested in the program. So that means our residents are going out into community, they're going to support groups, they're going to meet with financial coaches to help them get back on track with their finances. And then another big thing when we meet with our residents is we're also ensuring that we're doing a full city wraparound service. So anything that they qualify with our program, we're trying to get them connected to other programs, especially within the city. So with the discount utility billing program, that helps our residents get up to 50% off their bills in the future. So all of our residents who have gone into our program, 100% of them have applied to that program, and we're also continuing to get them connected to like home ownership programs as well. I can sit here, or stand here, and tell you about all of the data with this, but what's really important is that this program, we're able to help our residents, and our residents are giving back into the community. And so I do have a testimonial of what our residents in our program have said. And so this is from a resident who has since completed our program. And keep in mind, I have about 25 other residents' testimonials that are not included in this, so this just gives you a little bit of what we get to connect with our residents on. This program has helped me lighten the burden of trying to pay off my behind utility bill. Being that I've been struggling for over a year trying to get things caught up after having a heart attack and being off work for 8 months, it was a huge blessing. It also allowed me to get more involved in my community, and I'm so very grateful for the places I have volunteered, as I have made some wonderful connections through them. I wish this was an option for other utility services as well. Honestly, so do we. That is something we hear a lot from our residents. Unfortunately, at this time, our program, we're just not there yet where we can get this under Alliant and Black Hills, but we are going to be looking into what else we can apply with this program within our own city, but also seeing what we can do externally in the future. So we are very intentional when it comes to understanding our residents. We want to see who we're reaching out to, what's going on in their life, and who this program works for. And so you'll see on my census tract data, and you'll see that census tract 5, we have the majority of our residents are coming from that area. We were very intentional back in November and when we were doing outreach for our program, because the data told us that residents in Census Tract 5, they have the highest delinquency rates with utility billing and then also the highest past due rates. So that's what we were really targeting, that area. But as we mentioned back in November, we're not trying to make we're not trying to exclude anyone. So anyone who is experiencing financial barriers and need additional resources, they can apply for this program. It doesn't matter where they are within our community. It pretty much just shows you that there's poverty that exists throughout our community, and so anyone who needs that help, we're here to do so. We also will see we have a large demographic of female residents versus our male residents so far, and about 23 of those female residents also identify as single moms. And so we are having that be a large demographic of our program, and so we know that there's barriers with childcare and transportation, and so that's where we work on our end to ensure we're getting them opportunities that are flexible with their schedule so that they do get those 2 hours in, and if they don't, we just ask that they let us know. And then with our program household, because we do keep track of how many people, and this isn't just a program focused on the primary account holder, but it's on the household as a whole. And so so far, we have impacted 92 residents from our program. So that's a primary account holder and their families as well. And we can only expect these numbers to continue to go up and grow as we expand and get connected to more residents and further that outreach. And then lastly, I want to leave you with one last testimonial. And this was the first testimonial we ever took for our program, so it's very special. And I didn't tell her what to say, I promise. And so with that, me and my family are so very grateful for the program. We were facing disconnection and facing hard times. It not only helped us with paying our bill, but also introduced us to different opportunities within our community. I didn't understand how helping myself would help the community, but this program has opened my eyes to bettering myself, not only for us and our family, but the community as well. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And so when our residents are saying thank you, they're not just thanking me and Brittany or our department, but they're thanking the city of Dubuque as a whole. They're thanking you, council members, because this program would not have existed without the Equitable Fine and Fee Reform Initiative. And so with this, we only plan to grow bigger and expand more and connect with those residents and really get them to start thriving in our community versus surviving on a daily basis. So thank you.
Okay, again, this work is a direct reflection of your leadership, the understanding of our community needs, and our efforts in addressing them. So, we just started this new department. We are getting to work. Where do we go from here, right? Just building a stronger foundation and being very intentional, again, data-driven, outcome-focused. With our AmeriCorps, we want to focus on, again, skill building our AmeriCorps members, equipping them with the tools and skills to continue to serve at the best capacity they can. We want to make sure that we address internal succession plans so that we just have smoother processes with our AmeriCorps program. And we want to make sure that we address our retention rates with our members. So we know the economy we live in right now, and so we want to continue to try to be creative and innovative with retaining our members. Where do we go from our Adopt a Spot future initiatives, with the volunteer initiatives? Imagine a community. Adopt a Spot initiative. Imagine a community where we have students at higher education institutions working alongside business organizations, working alongside residents in every area of our community, pouring into their neighborhoods, parks, trails, streets, detention basins. people connecting, identifying community problems and addressing through community assets. So I'm really excited about this this initiative. Just a high level picture, Public Works rolled around in the streets of Dubuque and said, hey, these are the areas that really need some TLC. And so we have this map here that shows our big needs. And so organizations, again, students, residents, families can adopt specific areas in our neighborhood and take ownership and pride in those areas. Really excited about this initiative. We were really inspired with the amount of residents who were eager to volunteer at Eagle Point Park. And so we want to definitely explore opportunities where our residents can serve at Eagle Point Park. And so just moving forward, we want to connect with Parks and Rec and identify the specific needs at Eagle Point and what's feasible for our residents to actually serve, right? Because we know that because of the historic background, there's a very specific skill set with some of the needs there, but we want to continue to do an assessment and see what's feasible for our volunteers and make that a priority with the volunteers who serve within our programs. With the diversion prevention, we want to, again, just review and assess other City of Dubuque fines and fees. We want to look into and explore ways where we can be intentional with people who are on the front line with connecting residents to programs. How can we create a group where these frontline employees are collaborating amongst each other? And again, providing those wraparound services. Again, Eagle Point Park as a service area, making that a priority. And then continue to just build collaborative relationships with our Dubuque Police Department as it relates to diverting people from the criminal justice system. Again, one would ask, well, how does your department address public safety? Well, when you think about our equitable fine and fee program, we provide stability in house homes. When you think about our AmeriCorps, we help lay a strong foundation for the youth in our community and provide members with service opportunities, not job opportunities, service opportunities where they're provided a stipend. We help keep neighborhoods beautiful through our volunteer initiatives with Adopt a Spot. And again, we are very intentional with our partnerships. For one example, the Chiefs Forum, where we collaborate with the police department to help keep community members informed about public safety strategies. The improvement packages, we have the Fine and Free Reform Initiative, so this allows us to expand our reach, right? This was a pilot program that we launched without any major marketing. This was us going in downtown neighborhoods, knocking on door to door, leaving flyers on doors, and so we are looking to now expand our reach with who we can serve and impact in our community. Our Community Impact Administrative Assistant, we now have a department, and that assistant is going to be critical in, again, keeping us efficient, focusing on the micro details as we all work together in our department. And then public computers that are non-reoccurring. So these computers are going to be placed on the second floor of the Ruby Sutton building, and these computers will allow us to meet and connect directly with our residents and help them navigate online systems and get connected to resources. And so we're really excited about that as well. And so all of this will cost the average homeowner about $7.56. Our performance measures, right now we're focused on our AmeriCorps performance measures and our volunteer initiatives. First, want to support youth in developing key fundamental skills necessary to navigate challenges, enhance well-being, and succeed academically and beyond. And so we have our target rates there, and we are working through the transition to meet those target rates. Second one is provide Dubuque teens with safe, caring adult role models so youth want to attend school, after-school programs, and summer program. And again, here we have our targets, and we are on track with these goals here. Third one is support nonprofit organizations, education institutions, and government entities with volunteer management services addressing Dubuque critical needs. And so again, you heard from Brittany how we are being very intentional with connecting with organizations, nonprofit organizations, understanding their needs, and getting people invested into our volunteer DBQ platform so that we can truly be a connected community, right? We have one platform where everyone's communicating, everyone's talking about the needs, and everyone can go to one spot to find those needs and how they can serve in our community. And so with that being said, again, I'd like to just end by saying, I get the privilege to travel and network and hear how inspired people are about the work that we get to do. It's not a historical government entity, but again, through your leadership and understanding of our community needs, it's possible for us to serve in this capacity. And so we are truly grateful for all the work that you've all put in serving our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, for the presentation and everyone involved. So we are in a public hearing to discuss the Community Impact, Office of Community Impact budget. Do we have any public input on this item this evening? Yeah, come on up. And if you just mention your name and your address, please, for us.
Hi, my name is Kayende Tariq. My address is 2069 University Avenue. Thank you. And I came across the Community Impact Program because I was facing disconnection of my water bill. Me and my family, we suffered a loss of my daughter, and burying her took like all our money, so we didn't have that. And when I got connected with Britt and Miranda, it was like they introduced me to so many different opportunities, and like grief counseling and mental health counseling, things like that. And I just really appreciate all the help and the support. And I think it's really beneficial. So I would sorry guys.
No, you're doing great.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. And it was Kaya, is that right? Kaya?
Kayende.
Kayane, thank you. Kayane, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Any other public input this evening? Okay, anything virtually? No. All right. Okay, back to us then for discussion. Ms. Roussel?
Thank you. I was so very impressed with your presentation. I truly believe that volunteering is an investment in your community and in yourself, and it makes your community your home. And for us, it makes it people that are connected to our community, that want to stay here, that want to grow here, that can thrive here. So it tells me that the work that you do is extremely important. And one of the things that really struck me was when you already noticed that people are interested in Eagle Point Park, and you're already talking about how your department could help those interested citizens connect with that park and make it an even better place. So thank you for what you do, and I look forward to more stories like the one we just heard. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Sprank, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Antonio and staff, thank you for what you guys are doing. It's kind of an unspoken department, so to speak, where people don't realize what you're doing because you're just taking care of it. And so the fact that the volunteer debut platform was created as somebody's idea, and the fact that people don't realize it takes an army to put together any event, especially a large-scale event, that it just takes a lot of help. And so thank you for getting that together. And it's heartening to hear how the Community Impact Program, just as it started, is coming along nicely. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wevel, then open this one.
I feel like maybe I said this last year, but what you do is a ripple effect. And the beauty of impacting one human impacts their children, their siblings, their neighbors, their employers. They show up to work, they can pay their car payment, they can get their child to child care. Just one bill might be the difference between being able to do those things. And so the ripple effect of that is just so beautiful to think about, and we'll never hear those stories. It's not measurable. So I appreciate what you are measuring. I think it's powerful. I think having someone here to share their story is so powerful. I thank you for that. But I think that what we have to remember is that we don't even get to know the end result of so much of this work that you do. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Rizek.
Oh, yes, thanks for all the great work you're helping our citizens with. My question is, are there other programs that have similar missions to yours, either regionally, nationally, that maybe you can reach out and build together? I mean, you're doing an excellent job finding a spot where you can do some really good things. But, you know, in your experience now, are there other places that we can learn from and we can help?
That's a great question. So before we launched the program, the team invested in a lot of time and research to try not to reinvent the wheel, right? But I'm confident in saying, from what we know, we are pioneers as a community in addressing fines and fees and reforming and reframing how we look at fines and fees. A lot of service opportunities are reactive, meaning residents are already involved in the criminal justice system, and there's a bunch of barriers that they already face as it relates to fines and fees. And so what we are doing here, we're trying to be a lot more proactive, right? Instead of that negative snowball effect, we try to be that positive snowball effect, where one thing leads to another opportunity. And so in just researching other communities, we haven't found one quite like this program.
So do people reach out to you at all? Do they know we've got to make this a big deal? Do we know?
I mean, we do have to make it a big deal. We were in the pilot program, and so this was the phase. January 1st, New Year, new me. This was the phase where we're saying, hey, we've done the research. We made sure that we had a sound internal system, and we had a few residents already go through the system, and we had very minor hiccups. And so what we would like to do is just to be proactive, to share our structure, our research, our strategy with other communities in hopes that they can adopt this approach as well. But I will say, as a community, we are being extremely innovative with this approach and how we address fines and fees and how we connect residents to not just serve in our community or not just get connected, but to really expand their professional networks, to have time outside of a survival lived experience, to have time to thrive and to give back and to say, hey, I didn't even know this was a thing, right? I didn't even know this was a possibility. And so we are being very innovative as a community as we address this program.
Yes, and locally we have Do Ride and the Tree Group and the Arboretum. They're really good with volunteers and how to talk about volunteerism. It's yes, you get something, but you get a lot more by giving, and they deal with that. And I don't know if you've reached out with them too, to talk about volunteerism and how to tap into that and that method. But there's a lot of great groups, and you're turning out to be one of them. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Ms. Farber.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and once again, I adore the enthusiasm of your group. And first off, I want to give a shout out to Sarah and to AmeriCorps, and based on our earlier conversation, I do look forward to having the opportunity to join the AmeriCorps at some of the schools, as we did last year. So tee us up, and we'll see what we can do for you guys, because it was like so much fun. You had mentioned, Antonio, that you do a lot of things, and I very much applaud the data collection and the fact that you have all this data, and then you make some determinations as to the best resources and the services that we can provide. Going back to fines and fees, and I know it's in a pilot stage, do you have any initial statistics as to the amount of funds that you're saving these families from what the cost is that they don't have to pay in terms of the service that they perform, and then when they go back to having the ability to pay the utility bills again?
So we don't currently have that data, but that's something that we can definitely explore.
Okay, and does the city does not get payment, that you just do the service, or how is that set up? Exactly.
How does the fine and fee work set up?
Yeah.
So we have the funds. Community members invest in their service opportunities, and they work again with Miranda and Brittany through the Volunteer DBQ platform. And then we have a system internally where we track their hours. And then based on the amount of hours, we then address their fine and fee directly.
Okay, but then at what point can they go back to paying without the program, is my question. When do they graduate from the program?
When their bill has zeroed out.
Oh, okay, and then they
Yes.
start over.
Yeah, so when they come in the
take it from there.
program, we have an initial fee, and they serve that initial fee until it's zeroed out,
Great.
and then they're done. Do you want to add anything else? Okay. Miranda
And
would
then I
like
have
to
one
add some more.
Yeah, so when our residents are coming to us, it's when they have a delinquent account or a past due account. So we try to get them before their disconnection is due, before they go on that shut-off list. And so that could range depending on the family. We've seen like the cost go from like $224 to up to $1,000 that they have in bills. And so we give them like, hey, you need to serve these many hours to get that bill paid off. So the hope is once they've graduated from our program, that their past due is completely taken care of. So now they just have to worry about their future bills. And we're getting them connected to the discount utility billing program. And that takes some of that money off, so it's more doable for them in the future. And so once they're in that program, that lasts for a whole year, and then utility billing will have them renew it each year. So that's the hope that we have with it.
Great, that's a great hope, thank you very much. And then one more question, the $30,000 in the improvement package, what will those funds go towards?
So those funds will allow us to expand our reach and how many people we impact. So with that, we'll be able to, again, as Miranda mentioned, explore other internal fines and fees, but also try to do some research and collecting information on what external barriers, fines and fees are people facing. Again, people who are who this is a huge barrier for.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
good luck with the expansion. And again, thank you very much for all the data that you're collecting to share with everybody in the community to see the great impact that you guys are having.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I did not mention, in us getting started, collaboration with the Office of Shared Prosperity for us was a huge contributor to the foundation of this program, as they were able to help us with our strategy and where to start. So I just had to, give that note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
We do a lot of things from this table trying to address quality of life, but you're doing something to change the trajectory of life for so many people. And can't tell you how much I admire that. And I'm glad that we can do it. And I'm glad that we're innovating and showing the world the way. You all have a lot to be very, very proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, Antonio, Sarah, Brittany, Miranda, everybody. Brittany, I can't see you back there. Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. Kaine, thank you for sharing that story. That's not easy to do in public with all these people in this room and with us sitting up on this big old desk. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. I really appreciate it. We're going to hear from engineering later, and engineering is going to talk to us about things like, I'm just going to use roads as an example. Every city generally needs roads. That's kind of the way it works. You really don't have much of a city if you don't have paved streets in some way, shape, or form these days, right?
Right.
And everybody thinks of that as like an essential service, because we have to be able to get around. And that's absolutely true. But I think sometimes we find new pathways that are just as essential in what the work that we're doing. And I think this is one of them. You used some great words when you were talking about this, but, and I'll say some of them here as I say this, but you're really connecting Dubuquers, connecting residents to each other, to neighbors, getting to know people, to organizations throughout the community in different forms, through services that might help people in their lives, to places. You're connecting people to places that maybe they didn't go. When I've moved to new communities in my life, one of the things that I realized pretty early on when I was young, that you kind of have to get to know the place before you really feel like you're home, like you're there. And you got to know where the roads are and the parks are and the different places that you need to go. And that's not easy to do when you're fighting day to day just to make ends meet. That's a difficult thing to do. And the fact that you have somebody to help you to make those connections in life, I think is a really essential service. And it does something real in people. It does something real for communities. It builds community pride in the place that you live. It builds the ownership. You said that word. So we have some of that ownership. It leads to safety. It's one of the reasons why we are one of the safest communities in the United States. It leads to you're an economic development organization is what you are. You're doing economic development. You're helping people to find economic opportunity. And I think one of the biggest things you're doing is you're building trust. You build trust in each other. So you can have people that you trust in the community, and we can trust each other and get to know each other a little bit better. These things are essential in any modern human city. It's just necessary. So thank you for doing the work. I'm glad that it's innovative. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're going to be able to teach other cities how to do this over time, because I think it's going to be important. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to you doing more of this great work next year.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will move on to our second presentation this evening. It is the Multicultural Family Center. So, Lemetra, we'll invite you up.
Hello, Council. Thanks for joining us here again today. Just really quickly, wanted to introduce our newest director of the MFC. Lemetra has been just a huge asset, a light, a positive energy, a phenomenal leader within the organization. She's hit the ground running because she's passionate about the work. And so I won't, if you all know Lemetra, you all are going to get ready for some good energy here. But she's going to go over the highlights for the Multicultural Family Center. Lemetra.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Oh, my God. Okay. My name is Lemetra Murdoch. I am the executive director for the Multicultural Family Center, and I must state that I absolutely love my job. I stand corrected. I haven't been to work in over 20 years. That's how much I enjoy what I do. So I would like to get started with talking about our mission. So the Multicultural Family Center is a welcoming space of belonging for cultural exchange, learning, and celebration. We are a community where everyone is valued and supported. And I want to stop there to share a story that I wasn't prepared to share initially when I came up with this presentation, but it's something that happened recently when I was in a meeting with Mike Van Milligan and other team members to prepare for this very moment. My team and I were alerted that there was an unhoused individual that was lounging in our vestibule. He was charging his cell phone, and he used his book bag as a pillow and was just laid out in the vestibule. So I excused myself from the meeting, and my team and I went in. We approached the gentleman, and as soon as we opened the door and say hello, he immediately started grabbing his things and just looking like, okay, I'm leaving. And we're like, no, like you can come inside and charge your cell phone. And as we're saying that, he's looking at us like, am I hearing what I'm thinking that I think she's saying? Because I think she's telling me to go, but I'm hearing her tell me to come in. And at that point, my team member, she opened the door wider and said, come on in and charge your cell phone. We have charging ports here. And so he comes in, and he's kind of looking like a fish out of water a little bit, like, am I really being invited into this space? Yes, you are. So we showed him where he can charge his phone, and it was like up on the wall, and so he laid his book bag down and began to sit on the floor again. And we're like, no, you can have a seat at the table. Matter of fact, let's plug your phone up in the wall so that you can do what you were doing, have a seat in the chair, and do what you need to do. And he's looking, and it's at that moment he looked at us like, thank you. Like, nobody has ever welcomed me into an establishment. I kind of have to steal power. Like, no, that's not what we do here. Would you like a cup of water? How about a cup of coffee? He's like, thank you. Told him where the bathrooms were, made him feel very welcome. That's what we do. And as I returned back to my meeting with my team, he stopped me and said, thank you. He was like, I'm having a tough time right now. I don't have a place to live. And I was wondering if you had some resources. I have a job at Amazon, but it's kind of tough keeping a job, without a place to stay. So my team member stepped in, and she provided him with resources on housing and food pantries and things like that, and he was just very appreciative. And I just wanted to share that story because even in real time, this is what we do. This is what we love to do. You can't fake this. We come to work to serve our community, and that's what we do, and that's what our mission entails. And I just wanted to share that part of the story. So also, what also supports our mission is, I think of this statement or this saying from Maya Angelou, and she say, people may not remember what you said, people may not even remember what you did, but they remember how you made them feel. That's us at the Multicultural Family Center. And we do that through 4 pillars. We have our adult programs, we have our cultural identity celebrations, we have our youth programs, and we have our family activities. We also have this beautiful dance, is what I like to call it, with the partnership with the City of Dubuque, where the Multicultural Family Center is a nonprofit organization where we have a phenomenal board, which I will talk about in a minute, because I love my board, that worked really hard to raise funds and create programs and opportunities for our community members. But the city, on the other hand, they provide the building, right, the brick and mortar. They provide the leadership, the management, they provide our IT services and everything that's needed to be efficient in serving our community members. So I love this song and dance that we do with the City of Dubuque. So to talk about my board, the Multicultural Family Center board, I do take it personally. I do say my board because I just feel like we are one. We work closely together, almost on a daily basis. If it's not in person, it's through email, it's through text, it's through phone calls, where we're collaborating with community partners. We're out here doing the works. We're pounding the pavement. We're making relationships. We are getting to know our community members, what their needs are, what their interests are, what gaps do we have here in the community in the City of Dubuque. That is what the Board of Directors does. It is a group of volunteers. They are professionals in their own right. They have their own career journeys that they are embarking on. We have retired school officials, we have doctors, we have engineers, we have insurance agents, we have so many different career paths all in one room. And if you take a look at the picture, isn't that pretty? They just symbolize the community. Look at the diversity in this one picture. And each one of these individuals contributes something special to the MFC, which resonates with our residents. And it gives our residents an opportunity to see themselves in programming, to see themselves in systems, and to see themselves in the Multicultural Family Center. So I want to take this time to thank my board members. There's some that's present here today. If you can wave your hands. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, your dedication, your efforts, your time, your talent. They do not go unnoticed, and we are very thankful for all of the work that you do. So the Multicultural Family Center is comprised of a director. That's the role that I play. Our assistant director position is currently vacant, but we are in the process of filling that seat very soon. We have a teen empowerment coordinator, Caitlin Daniels. We have 2 site supervisors, but we are in the process of getting a 3rd one. We have Emily Lemire, and we also have Ariana Albert, who works tirelessly to make sure that our site is up to par, that our community members, when they walk into the space, they feel welcome, they feel seen, they feel heard, they are immediately greeted when they walk through the door, and their needs are immediately addressed when they encounter our site supervisors. We are also in the process of hiring a STEP, which is our Summer Teen Empowerment Supervisor for our June STEP program. Community partners. This is where I get super excited because I get to get out, and we get to get out as an organization to collaborate with all of these various entities, all these organizations that serve in our community in different ways. We get to have conversations and say, hey, where is there a gap in the community? Where is there a need in the community? What pocket of population are you serving? How can we come together to make an event or create an event or celebration where our community members feel seen, heard, and understood in the walls of the Multicultural Family Center. Even in the community at our parks and things like that, we come together and we create events and opportunities for our community members together. And one thing that I would like to state about this slide is that this slide looks slightly different than last year because the Multicultural Family Center is also shedding a light on our entrepreneurs in the community. We are letting them know that we are here for you, we see you, let's talk, let's go through a process of us helping you learn how to organize events for the community as well. We are about building leaders. We are about leadership development. So to segue from what we just talked about, our community partners, the board, they are very intentional on connecting with people, informing our community, hey, this is what we have going on at the MFC. Hey, this is a need. Hey, you should come check this out. We're very intentional on marketing, connecting with people, hearing people, having those conversations. And as you can see, our numbers have significantly increased from 2024. That is on purpose. We have conversations, as I mentioned before, the board and I, we meet regularly, and we strategize ways that we can encounter and engage our community. We strategize ways that we can find the needs of our community members, not just their needs, but their wants. People, they want to have fun too, right? So we want to know what intrigues you. What do you want to do? What can we do at the Multicultural Family Center that would enlighten you and help you reach your full potential? So that's what these numbers signify. And I also want to state, so when I first started in October, so I've been in this role for 6 months, and so I got to witness the impact that the organization has on the community when we did Toys for Tots. When we did Toys for Tots in December of 2024, we served 3,500 kids with toys. That was a total of 10,050 toys that was given to children during the holiday. Talking about solving problems and removing barriers. When I watched those parents walk through those doors, they just looked kind of like, I just got off work. I signed up. Let's get this done. But when they left, they had a big bag of toys, some multiple, depending on how many kids they had. And they had smiles on their face, and they're speaking, and they're, thank you, Merry Christmas. You know, that's what we do at the Multicultural Family Center. We impact families. We connect with them. We let them know that we see them, we hear them, we got you. And those families, they were so thankful and grateful for our service and for the opportunity to get presents for their children that they probably otherwise wouldn't be able to get. And we couldn't do that without the help of our volunteers. We had 150 volunteers for that one event alone. So as you can see, the trend continues to happen in our data here, that we continue to see an increase of people utilizing the center in various ways and coming to enjoy programs and celebrations. So let's go back to our pillars. So we have our adult programs. And so our adult programs is where we help people to reach their full potential by addressing barriers and bridging gaps to help adults thrive in our community. Our adult programs feature special groups to connect and workshops that provides free educational opportunities. So as you can see, we have various different programs that we offer our adults. Because let's be honest, the MFC had the reputation of being a teen center. It's not. We're a family center. We see the entire family and we address the needs of the entire family. So this pillar is focusing on our adults. And I want to highlight recently that we were able to host our very first line dancing class. Y'all should come. And it was so much fun. It was a great opportunity to be able to connect with the community. We were working up a sweat. I mean, we learned not one, not two, but 4 different line dances. And it was just great to see us all like trying to get the ones and the twos. And then at the end of the song, we all got it. We got it, and we're grooving together in unity. And when I saw that as a director, I was just like, this is what I'm talking about. Unity, even through movement. Unity, even through fitness. It was perfect. Yeah, so we received such a great feedback from that class that night. We received so many people on our Facebook saying, we need this again. Can we do this again? And immediately, Ms. Claudette from our board, she's the chair of our programming committee. We immediately start planning, and we have our next line dancing class scheduled for May 9th. Okay. And then next, I would like to focus on our cultural identity cultural identity events and celebrations. Look at this picture. And this is just a snapshot of what we do. I just want to state that. This was one of the hardest things I had to do. It wasn't talking to you all. It was trying to condense everything down to 15, 20 minutes because we do so much at the Multicultural Family Center. But this picture alone is very colorful, is full of life, and is full of culture. And that's just a snapshot of what of what we get to do. I want to highlight the picture at the bottom right where we had the opportunity to, well, actually they reached out to us. We had the opportunity to have a master class, a cultural master cooking class from a renowned pastry chef from Paris. And he had been to Dubuque before, and he just loved our town, he loved our city, that he wanted to create a U-log that was focused on Dubuque. So he created, we have a U-log, y'all. We have a Dubuque U-log that was created from a renowned pastry chef from Paris. And that's what that picture is down there. He engaged the public. People were able to help make the sauces and make the dough and all the great things. It was a great time. We also have our teen programming, which is always booming, and that's why people think we're just a teen center. But our kids, as you can see, look at all the energy. Our kids love to come to the Multicultural Family Center. They come after school. Programming don't start at 3:30. They there at 2:45, ready to get their snack, ready to hang out, and we are ready to receive them. We love it. So when they come to our center, they are able to hang out. You know, when they get out of school, they ain't trying to go home, and you know, they want to hang out. But we also provide them opportunity to do homework, we have book club, and to hang out, get snacks. We even feed them a meal a couple of nights out the week. But I wanted to focus on the picture also to the right at the bottom where our kids are like cheersing each other. That was a very unique opportunity for them because they were taken to a conference. A lot of our kids haven't had that experience to go to conferences. You know, for us, it kind of become part of work, right? But for our youth, they don't get a lot of opportunities like that. And we were able to present them with this opportunity, and they were so excited, and they felt really classy and upscale, and they're clinking their glasses, but they also was able to learn proper etiquette when you're at a dinner table, when you're at a conference, you know, when you're in those kinds of environments. And so we were really excited to be able to offer our youth those kinds of opportunities. And we also, you know, empower our youth to be leaders, you know? Our kids is 25% of our population, but they are 100% of our future. If we're not thinking about that and preparing for that, what are we doing? You know, so that's what we do at the MFC. We teach them, we empower them to be our future leaders. So in some of these pictures, you can see our teens are taking the lead and being the lead to some of their peers and some of their younger youth that's in our community. And then, we have the family activities where we get to encompass the entire families. We're talking about our littles, we're talking about grandparents, aunts, uncles, everybody is invited. We have activities where they can come and they can share in our celebrations and our programs. We give them opportunities to connect with vendors in our community that can help them reach goals that they have for themselves. Whatever that is, financial literacy, home ownership, you know, parenting classes in general. A lot of our parents, you know, let's just be honest. Being a parent don't come with instructions. They don't come with instructions. So we want to be able to connect them with resources to help answer the questions that they have. Sometimes, you know, we have broken families in our communities. We have families in our communities that's not the traditional mom, dad, siblings, but it could be grandma, it could be aunt, uncle, friends. You know, family is relationship. It's not so much blood all the time. And so we acknowledge all of that at the Multicultural Family Center. I want to share, what was it, like last week? We have so much going on, I can't keep up. But on April 12th, we had a community baby shower where we connected with various vendors within the community, and they came and they set up throughout the center. Families were able to come and bring their littles, 0 to 5 years old. It was just a fun event where they were able to connect with these vendors. That we had free screenings for like lead testing, hearing, vision, and even developmental screenings, all free to our parents and our guardians that brought their kids. We also had fresh fruit as our food, as our meal, just a lot of educational opportunities. And this picture in the center top is a picture of parents being able to sit in a music circle. We connected with Centrally Rooted, and they came and did a music together circle. Oh, it was so much fun. I wish I should have had another video. That's what I should have did. I should have brought another video so you all can see and feel that energy, because sometimes pictures don't capture it all, but that is one instance where the energy was high, the kids were happy, the parents were happy, the room was just full of love and happiness at that moment, at that baby shower. But I also want to talk about a night of impact that the MFC had on the community. So this particular night is February 11th of 2025. And it was at this night where I was able to see for myself all of the pillars that I just talked about activated at one time. So on this night, we had our dancing divas practicing in room 1 for their competition. We had Equity and Human Rights Commission meeting in room 2. I can't quite remember what was happening in room 3, but it was occupied. Room 4, we had the LGBTQ community having their community meeting. In our living room, we had the Sigmas having their monthly meeting. In our fireplace area, we had our high school teen night. And it was, every area was so full. And in the main space, our Marshallese community had their town hall meeting where they had delegates from Washington, D.C. and Arkansas to come and just talk with their community members about the political changes that's been taking place. So we had our Marshallese community fill that whole space in the main space, and also our kitchen as they served dinner that night. It was a very powerful night. And I would tell you that being the director there and still being new in things, just still being new to me, it was mind-blowing. And what made it so extra special was that the board wanted to meet for Juneteenth. So we're starting to prepare for Juneteenth. And the picture in the center at the bottom is 2 of our board members, Mary Ann and Ms. Claudette, meeting in the back break room, in the staff break room, because all the spaces was occupied. And they sat back there to have the Juneteenth meeting so that we can continue to meet and plan for that special event. So it was awesome to see all the pillars. We're talking about teens, adults, culture, family, all at one time under one roof. That is what the Multicultural Family Center is. That is what the Multicultural Family Center can do. And that is what the community need here in Dubuque. So some of our future initiatives includes increasing family activities, increasing family sustainability programs, and increasing economic mobility. And we get to do all of that. We get to do all of this awesome work. And it only costs our homeowners $10.06 a year. How awesome is that? So, public safety. We focus on public safety at the MFC. The MFC is a safe space. We say that it's a welcoming space, it's a safe space. So the Multicultural Family Center provides psychological safety through inclusive, culturally responsive programs that foster belonging and connection. And I want to take this moment to share a little bit about what we have going on this Saturday. So we have the Law in Your Community, which is an event where we have police officers from here in Dubuque and also in Des Moines to come together. They have their own organization called Noble, where they come and they are officers of color. I want to note that they are Black police officers that come to connect with our community members. We will announce the elephant in the room, that there is a disconnect in some communities with the police. We want to address that. We want to provide that cohesiveness and that opportunity for the police to be able to share and educate our community members on their rights, what to do, what not to do if pulled over, if police misconduct happened, the proper protocol and channels to address it, because people don't know what they don't know. And if no one's taken the opportunity to educate our community on these things, then it would just continue to be a cycle. We at the Multicultural Family Center, we take that very seriously, and we take the initiative to start to bridge that gap between police and community. We thrive on empowering our community. We thrive on making sure that our community members feel seen, feel heard, feel understood, and they feel represented. So some of our performing measures, activity objective shows Dubuque's diversity through celebrations of cultural significant days and programs featuring education, music, art, dance, and you can't forget the food. Gotta have the food. So our target was 5,000, but as you can see, last year in 2024, we surpassed that and we reached 5,168 participants. We had 20 events during that time, and our estimate for 2025 is 25 events, and we hope to reach 5,200 people for our measures. So we also focus on engaging our teens in the community in the summer teen empowerment program, which is our STEP program, to improve skills in employment, leadership, communication, and financial literacy. 85% of our eligible teens participate in our STEP summer program. They will earn a high school credit in a course titled Workforce Readiness. So our target is 85%. Last year we surpassed that and we got to 95%. So our estimate for next year, for 2025, is to reach that 85% as well, but we're always going to try to reach for higher numbers. 85% of our participating teens will increase their understanding of how to manage their bank account. I was not taught that as a youth. I don't know if anybody else. Okay, so this is very empowering and very innovative, for our youth, to give them these tools early on so that they're not creating credit deficits and poor money management skills, right? So our target is 85%. You can see in 2023, we surpassed that to 88%. 2024, we surpassed that to 92%. But for our estimate for 2025, we'll be at 85%. So before I say thank you, I'm going to say what I've been whispering to you all throughout this presentation. I want to take this time to invite each and every last one of you to at least attend one of our events at the Multicultural Family Center. You won't be disappointed. I would love for you to be able to experience for yourself what I'm telling you today, because the words really doesn't do it real justice. You really have to be in the place to feel the vibe and the culture and the feeling and the love and the community, all that it brings. You should be in the place to experience that. So I want to invite and everyone else to come to the Multicultural Family Center, to come do community with us and help us to continue to build and grow as an organization. Again, remember what Maya Angelou said. People may not remember what you said, and they may not remember what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lemetra. Well, we are here to discuss we're in a public hearing to discuss the Multicultural Family Center budget for fiscal year 26. Do we have any public input on this item this evening?
Hi, I'm Marlene Waller. I serve on the board at the MFC, and one of my personal goals over the last year, and I conveyed that to Lemetra, was to increase our adult programming. And she really has done that. And, it could be as simple as line dancing, but it could be more complicated as financial literacy or going to buy your first home and having a baby shower. Who would have thought? Have a baby shower, invite all these great organizations like Respect Life and Hillcrest Family Services in to help these young families with supplies and knowledge of how to build up their resources and care for their children. That's just a small sample of what has happened since Lemetra has come. And there is so much more to happen. We've got a really engaging program committee, and the ideas are just phenomenal. One of our board members, he works for Google. And oh my gosh, he is a wealth of knowledge for us and how we can do things. He also serves in the Army as, I call him a negotiator. He's much more than that, but he's been a wealth of information to our board as well. So I too am very, very proud of our board, the diversity we have in it, and what we bring to Dubuque. I love it here. I love what the board has done for Dubuque, and the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Marlene, for your comments.
Marlene, I'm sorry, I just didn't catch an address.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
I didn't say one. 13322 Sherrill Road, Dubuque.
Thank you.
Adrian keeps us on track.
Claudette Bees, 1401 Henyon. I am probably the oldest person at the Multicultural Family Center, and I feel great about that. I've been with the Multicultural Family Center for who knows? Been on the board for who knows? It is a marvelous, wonderful place. If you haven't engaged in anything that we've had, shame on you. Come to the line dancing. Ernest Jackson, he was the Person of the Year a couple years ago, is our teacher, and he is pretty good. He and his wife are really good. Okay. The Multicultural Family Center, we are doing our best to connect with the community. We want the community to connect with one another. And we feel the more we are engaged, the less barriers, the more we'll understand that, hey, maybe we are a lot more alike than we are different. Look at that picture of Chuck getting his hair cut. I mean, really, come on, right? Anyway, come and join us. Please, bring your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudette, for your comments. Any others tonight? Anything virtually?
Nope.
All right. Okay, back to us then. Mr. Jones.
Well, mission accomplished. Mayo would be proud of you. You made us feel pretty good. And the work speaks for itself. It makes me feel good. It makes community feel good. But man, I haven't experienced being in a room with you, having you do a presentation before. You're the kind of gal I could go to a funeral and have a good time with. Holy cow.
My cousins do say that.
Anyhow, congratulations on a good year, and we'll look forward to some good things coming.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms. Wethel.
Great job.
Thank you.
I think you should just come and open every one of our council meetings moving forward.
I would love
Really,
that.
your energy is lovely. I have the opportunity to sit on the Dubuque County Early Childhood Board, and at our meeting this week, we talked a lot about the baby shower. Yay! So if your ears were ringing, it was because everyone was really raving about the opportunity. And I love the experiences that people have there, and they're all unique. Everybody shows up for a different reason, but you guys are great at kind of finding something new and different. And, when we look at, it's not necessarily the number of activities, because I noticed, the number of how many activities you have changes, but you're bringing in more people with fewer activities. And so I really appreciate that. Efficiently, I would think that that's where your energy is probably best served, because you can really focus and dial in on those ones that you select as a priority. So thank you, and especially thank you to your board members for all of their service, but your staff and for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, bravo. Obviously,
Thank
enthusiasm again, and I thought you were going to dance for us a little bit here. You talked about, so I was waiting for that, and you didn't. Just a couple of comments. Next time you have the French chef in, I would love to be there to watch you make the bûche de Noël, as it's called, the Christmas log. So I would be very interested in that. And then number two, tell us what we can do for you and for the Multicultural Family Center. Is there anything that we can do for you besides enjoy your activities and participate and share with you?
Well, if you guys can recall, thank you so much for asking that, because we're here for the people. We're not here thinking about ourselves or, what we're lacking. We're just there making it happen for our community. But if you can recall, like one of our previous slides where you saw our staff, it's really about maybe 3 or 4 of us that does that. So we do rely heavily on volunteers to come in and help. But it would be awesome if we can, get more staff, because our attendance is growing. The community is hearing the buzz of the Multicultural Family Center being that space, being that place. So we want to be proactive, and we don't want to be overworked. because we're trying to just reach this expansion of people. So it'd be great if we can just, get one more position at least.
And is that the teen night specialist position that
Yes.
you had requested? Okay.
Yes.
All right, well, let's keep on working on that, and I just applaud all the data that you have, too, in terms of all the activities and all the people that do attend.
Thank you.
And I think that speaks volumes, as well as not only do we remember how you feel, but we remember how many people that you basically impact. So with great appreciation there. And I would suggest that you keep us posted on the need for that staff position.
Thank you, I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sprank?
Thank you, Mr. Lemaitre. Thank you for that energy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've got nothing but praise for the MFC and everything that the board's been doing, and the expansion is wonderful to see that the numbers, just the jump is phenomenal. Double or triple some of your attendance is great. And as a person who is also involved in another board that's also puts together a community event with you, I can say nothing but professional. Everything is good, and thank you for what you guys do in the community. So
Thank you.
We'll keep in mind with what Ms. Farber requested and your request. Sooner or later, we know the MFC needs help to do this, and now that you've got data showing you've got considerable growth, that means considerable help will need to be coming in. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Lemaitre, thank you so much. I'm so excited. The slide number 7 is the one where you had the bar graph, not to get like super excited about a bar graph. I know you had a lot of fun pictures of people, but like the bar graph one really excited me because every single one of those so far this year is higher than it's been. And then you went on and told the stories of why and all the different things that you're doing. It really is incredible to see. And, you talked about the beautiful dance with the city of Dubuque. I love the way you put that, because that beautiful dance, there were some toes getting stepped on it every once in a while from time to time. It has not always been easy. It's been a challenge. It's a unique arrangement, and and I've noticed that from well before the time that I've been able to serve in this capacity. But with that unique arrangement, I always did have confidence that putting the right people together would be able to, and the right structure would be able to make that sort of take off. And it really is taking off. I mean, this is great to see. So we keep these things going, we keep taking off in this way, and I think the support will continue to be driven by that. We support it. I mean, I think it's clear that this council supports it. We see the benefit, we see the need, we see all the things that you do. I love the story about filling up every single room, to the point where people are sitting at the corner of a break room desk. I mean, I love that. That is a great example of what we're talking about here. And we'll definitely be there. There's all kinds of great stuff coming up. As soon as, the summer is, as your numbers show in June, the summer is a great time. So really looking forward to the next events at the MFC. And thanks for all the great work.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Lemaitre.
All right.
All right. 2 left tonight. So we're getting down to the wire. Next up is transportation. So we'll invite Ryan up to the stage. We're ready. Yeah, go for it.
Fantastic. I'm Ryan Nucky, Director of Transportation Services. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager Van Milligan, Assistant City Manager Corey Burbach, thank you for letting me have this opportunity to do the fiscal year 2026 budget presentation for transportation services, which would be the Jewel and the parking division. As we go through this, I show you this slide every year because these are some of the key things we live by: safety, accessibility, convenience, consistent, and professionalism. And I can't express how much my team is just amazing. We operate 24/7. Our parking ramps and our parking team 24/7. Somebody's always on call in that division. It's come down to Russ Steckline being on call, myself being on call, but we make sure someone is there if there is an issue. Our buses run 6 days a week, and this is the staff that does it for us. Russ Steckline is in the back with me tonight. Jody Johnson's the transit supervisor, she's here, and then Joey Leak, who's our transportation analyst. We're the backbone of the data. We are the ones that are driving it going forward, but we're not the day-to-day, and I cannot stress how much I appreciate my team and what they do for us on a day-to-day basis. With that, we do have a transit advisory board. We're very excited to have Talma Brown on it. This gives us a nice quorum. I'm going to take this time to say if anybody wants to join that board, I would take 1 or 2 more candidates for sure. But with this, we're able to get input from the community. We're able to express to them what the FTA and DOT guidelines are as we go forward and make our decisions on any changes we have. Fiscal year 25 highlights. I know I've seen some of you guys do the honor flight, and every year we do this, and Jody Johnson and I are like, it's going to be a long week, but you know what? We really enjoy doing it. Our drivers like to do it with us. It is amazing the energy you see from the people that get to travel to Washington and back. I'm talking 4:30 in the morning, we're picking them up on the bus, and they're not flying back until 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. And the buses are still loud. I just tell the drivers, drive straight. They're having a good time. We're okay. We do back to school bash. We do city life. I can't thank Tim Wan enough for what he does with that. We have had a stop go, and the nice part is right now, tonight, I'm saying we are moving forward. The Jewel had some federal awards that were given, and then we had some government changes, so we wanted to make sure that we're on the correct track right now. So we did receive an award or a grant for the Areas of Persistent Poverty Planning Grant. That will be moving forward. I'll talk about that more in a minute. We do have 1 electric bus on its way. We have funding for 2 additional buses from the FTA. And then with that, I'll have some updates on our Smart Parking Mobility Management Plan, which is in progress. This year's future initiatives, we're going to be definitely installing some bus stops and bus shelters as we move forward to make sure that it's up to date and our people have correct facilities as needed. We're going to be we are finally integrating an electric bus into our fleet. We're working on getting the charging station set up right now. This should be a Christmas present showing up at our door. I'm hoping Christmas, if not a New Year's present, but the bus is slated to arrive sometime December, if not the first of the year. Very excited about it. Of course, it's going to show up in the dead of winter, so we're going to test it out and see what it does. We're going to be working a lot with Rick Dickinson's team and the GDDC with our Areas of Persistent Poverty grants. This grant, we're going to be reaching out to businesses, nonprofits, schools, other organizations on how the Jewel can improve what we do for the city. And then our Smart Parking Mobility Management Plan, equipment is here. It's physically in Dubuque to start these ramps, and we're going to be bringing you guys an RFP coming up. As far as property tax support, the Jewel is $30.04 for the average homeowner. For what we do, we feel that this is a pretty simple thing to do for the city. And as for the parking world, parking doesn't receive property tax support. It receives a majority of its funds from the greater downtown TIF. Safety measures is always very important on our side, and a lot of people when they think of safety is thinking, oh, cleaning and cleanliness and make sure you bleach that. We do that on a daily basis. I actually had pictures of when COVID was up here, was very prevalent in Dubuque. We're on the same pattern we were then. We want to make sure that our ramps are clean. We want to make sure our buses are clean for everybody to use. But the other side of safety that people usually aren't thinking about is structural safety. So we have engineering going through our ramps right now to make sure that they're structurally sound for people to be using. We have camera coverage. We have over 350 cameras in our ramps and in our buildings. All of our buses have cameras all the way around them. That way, for public safety, we have some coverage on that. And the biggest thing I'm proud about this year is we're incorporating more training into our staff and team. Whether it's harassment training, we've been working with the police department on de-escalation training. So as we bring drivers on, they know how to handle situations better on the bus. You never know, Mr. Jones, you could be having a bad day, and bus drivers need to know how to handle that. And that's what we're teaching them at the current time. When we look at transit, we cover the city. We cover the vast majority of the city. Our minibuses go everywhere in the city. We have our fixed routes that run across the city. We manage 3 transfer locations, 15 bus shelters, 280 bus stops. We have 13 light duty and 16 heavy duty buses. And when I say our staff is amazing at what they do, they are moving these buses 6 days a week to make sure people can get to where they need to go. Some things that have been changes, these are the things that we hit the brakes on a little bit. So electric buses came out. They were part of the low or no emissions grant program that was not offered this year through the federal government. So that's a 5339C grant program. At the current time, all of our current awarded and executed grant funding is available. So the Areas of Persistent Poverty are 2 electric buses. Per the FTA, that is still good money. We're still going to move forward with that. We wanted to get verification before we did. Operating funds are not changing at all. Actually, we're seeing a small increase in our operating funds, which is our 5307 and 5310 grants. DEI language will be changing. We haven't had direction yet from the FTA what that needs to look like, and as we get that, we'll be working with Krenna for sure, Corey Burbach for sure, to make sure that we have that incorporated correctly. Now, this is one of my favorite fun slides we put up here. Green and orange, green and orange. So I can't thank you guys enough. Ever since I've been with the city, we keep improving what we're doing. So you'll see there's more green buses up on the board, which is fantastic. The green buses represent the FTA's useful life for equipment. And you'll notice on our minibus side, most minibuses, all of the ones we have, are as a 4-year useful life. We get much more than that out of our buses in the city of Dubuque, and I can't thank Public Works enough for what they do. We are constantly working with them on how we keep this moving down the road in a better way. How do we do PMs better? How do we do longevity improvements to these buses to make sure that we get a full useful life out of them? Same thing on the fixed route. We have buses from 2002 that are running on the roads perfectly fine, perfectly safe. Some of our drivers prefer them, some of them don't, and that's okay. But they're perfectly safe to go down the road. They cover all inspections, and we want to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck when we're buying stuff. Some things that we're very happy that we do is we partner with a bunch of organizations across the city of Dubuque. Two that I want to outline tonight is Dubuque Community Schools. We're not a yellow school bus. I can't be a yellow school bus. There's red line rules that say you are not a yellow school bus. But what we like to do as schools change, we want to figure out how can we help you with our current system. And as we go through the areas of persistent poverty grant, that is something that we will talk about on what we can do on a broad change possibly for them. But I want to stress, we are not a yellow school bus. And another organization, Greg Orwell is here tonight, Do Ride, they're fantastic. I cannot stress how they do a great job getting people where they need to go as they need that. Total revenue source for transit. You'll notice, and I talked about this earlier, FTA and state funding is a vast majority of all of what we get. So when I talked that $30 per homeowner, the majority of our funding is all coming from state and federal aid. When we look at expenses for the transit side, you'll notice 70% is employee related. We have people in the building at 4:30 in the morning. They're not leaving till after 8 o'clock at night. We have a large staff that keeps running so people can get to where they need to go. When we look at ridership, this is a big thing that we're very excited about. We're seeing a pretty big uptick. So from FY22 through FY24, you'll see on total ridership, we've jumped 60,000 rides. And that's a very good thing that we're seeing, and we're very excited about that as we go into this grant and this study that we're doing. We're gonna have a vast set of knowledge that we're gonna be able to pull from. We'll have good ridership numbers showing that we are increasing with where we're at. One number that kind of put me back a little bit was the paratransit ridership. That's had a steady decline over the past 3 years. As we started digging into numbers, we're seeing that is starting to pick up more and more, but this is a key focus that we'll be working on with this grant. Now I do want to talk about the parking division. Again, this is 24/7, 7 days a week. We always have somebody on call to be able to manage our ramps and our parking lots. We run at 7 parking ramps, 19 surface lots, over 2,000 meter locations in 8 residential parking districts. This is where the changes are coming. We have this Amano McGann equipment here. We are ecstatic. We actually hid it so nobody could find it. But we put it in, we have it, and we're gonna start putting this in. The big thing right now is only 2 of our 6 current revenue producing ramps actually have equipment that work right now. So we're gonna start installing this in ramps that don't have the equipment so we can get all the bugs out of it, make sure we can communicate to the businesses, the citizens, everybody in those ramps that, hey, we're gonna start this project, we're gonna get the bugs worked out, and then we're gonna communicate with you the day we're turning it on. Once I have that calendar, that communication will happen. Then we're gonna be talking on-street and parking lots. The pictures that I have up here right now, they're just examples only. None of this is set in stone. We're gonna be bringing you guys an RFP coming up to talk about the on-street and the parking lots and what we wanna move forward with. We're very excited with the opportunities that are out there. There's smart meters, there's kiosk systems, there's mobile apps. The more we've been investigating this different setup and system, the more we've been talking to different cities on what they've done, hybrid systems. Some have gone just directly to mobile apps. Some are putting smart meters in. We're going to have an RFP that allows everybody to bid what we have, and then from there, we'll be able to say, hey, this looks like a great opportunity for us. How do we put this together? So you'll be seeing that RFP coming up shortly. This is a map of our downtown meter district. As we move forward, we're not going to make any drastic changes to start. I want to get the data. I want to be able to take that data and make knowledgeable decisions as we move forward. And from our smart parking plan, we'll be coming back to council about every 6 months to just inform you guys on what this data is showing us and telling us about the downtown. Parking revenue, like I mentioned before, it does not receive property tax support. It receives a pretty good portion from the downtown TIF funds. And then when we talk expense, employee expense, we run a pretty lean crew on this side. I mean, I only have 2 techs that run all 7 ramps. I have 1 labor or maintenance technician that runs all the ramps. We don't have a vast majority of people, but we're 24/7. So somebody is always there to take the phone call if something's going on. Supplies and services, concrete keeps going up. Labor keeps going up. Re-rod keeps going up. So as we move forward, we see that, we're hoping that that starts to level off. We also manage the parking enforcement officers throughout the city. We also like to bring up calendar year 24. We wrote about 20,707 tickets. My favorite phone calls and my favorite emails to get are the courtesy tickets we do. So it's the, hey, get out of jail free card. Hey, I got a ticket. It says $0. I'm like, yeah, it's your free ticket. You're telling me it's a free ticket? Yes, it is. The next one you will have to pay though. And I've had people so excited about that. But I do want to stress that we do have older equipment and people do appeal tickets, which is fantastic. That's what we're here for. They can go through the city website, through the parking tab. They can do the adjudication process. And you'll notice on here, some of the appeals are approved. Some of them are denied. It all depends on what the situation is. As far as capital improvement projects, for the Jewel, we do have an FY26 cost of $880,000. That is to get more green buses. We want to keep moving in that projection. And then we also have bus stop improvements for about $18,000. The department did submit an improvement package for a part-time bus attendant position, which have been, that position would be on the buses from about 1:30 to 4:30, around 4:30, 5 o'clock. That is a very busy time on our buses. Just to be going around, it could be helping the drivers if there are any safety concerns. That was not approved, and that's fine. We're going to look internally if we can figure out to solve that issue. If not, I'll be back here next year asking for it. As far as capital improvement project for the parking ramps, we have $55,000 for municipal parking lot maintenance. This is for the 19 parking lots. Remember, there's 19 lots that we cover and take care of. The Port of Dubuque major maintenance that we do is $88,000. And then you'll see $2.8 million for parking ramp major maintenance. This is for the other 6 ramps that we have downtown. This is not all concrete. A lot of people think, oh my gosh, you're gonna be pouring a lot of concrete. This is stairwells, this is doors, this is painting, elevators. Oh my gosh, we have elevators we're gonna be fixing. I'm very excited about that. This is to keep our ramps fresh and new looking. That way when people come into their ramps, they feel safe and wanna be able to utilize it. Performance measures, I've switched this year, where usually I go through some ADA, which I have some of that on the bottom, but I want to stress the partnerships that we do throughout the city. So we work with businesses, nonprofits, to make sure that they have passes if they have people that have a financial issue to get there to their business or nonprofit. They can gladly reach out to the Jewel. We can get them set up with passes, whether it's monthly cards, whether it's single ride passes. We're always open for people reaching out just to ask questions on how they can get people to their business or nonprofit. Performance measures for the parking world, I'm going to stress this. Our parking enforcement officers, they're not out there to write tickets. And I've said this to the city council before, they're making sure people are using our downtown parking honestly. If you're going to pull up in front of a business, you're going to use the meter, that way we get turnover. Otherwise we get street parking that people just sit on the road and our businesses get 0 turnover. Their job is to make sure that people are using it accurately. But anytime we bring someone on, I always stress disabled parking spaces, we need to make sure they're open for people that need to use them. If they don't have the correct license plate, if they don't have the correct placard, then a ticket is written. And again, we go through the process. If there's an appeal, we'll make sure that that process is done correctly. Some key things that we look at pretty much every day is frequency of service, reliability of service, and our efficiency of service. And I can't thank the city enough for the other divisions that we have that help me stress this. Parks and Rec do a great job of keeping the city just beautified. It's amazing what they do. Public Works, they keep the roads clean for us. They keep them travelable for us. They get the snow off of them for us. We had a lot of ice this year, and they were amazing at what they did. But also their shop does a great job at looking at our new equipment, because as we bring in new equipment, they have to learn about this equipment. So it's amazing what they can do with helping us. The fire department, ambulance service is out of this world, but the Dubuque Police Department, they're taking time to train us on how we need to react to people, on how do we need to react to situations. And that's really helped out, definitely on our fixed routes with the drivers and our increase in ridership. And with that, I'm here to take any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We are on a public hearing to talk about the Transportation Services Department budget for fiscal year 26. Any public input on this today? Seeing no one here. Anything virtually? No input. Thank you both. All right. No public input. We'll come back to us. Mr. Jones.
Well, I'm excited that the equipment is here. That's big news. We've been waiting your entire time with us. I think we've been waiting for new equipment my entire time in the council. I'm the old guy up here, so this is very good news. But congratulations on a good year. Another department that makes a difference and makes life a lot better for the people in Dubuque. So really have no questions, just some positive comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Jones. Yeah, Ms. Farber.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. One is that you mentioned when you talked about the revenue, like for the minibus or even for the other fixed route, that there was a Medicaid component. Could you explain to us here and those listening how that gets funneled to the city?
So on our minibus, if you qualify to ride on our minibuses and you accept Medicaid, if you have X amount of hospital visits a month, then Medicaid will step in and pay for the minibus rides for you. So as people get on our minibuses, we always want to ask them certain questions on, are you qualified for this? Do you qualify for this? And with that, if they have X amount of doctor visits a month, I don't want to put a number on it, I want people to tell us internally, then they would qualify for Medicaid covering their costs to and from the doctor.
So, but how does that get done? How does that get orchestrated? Do we have to file with Medicaid?
Yes, we do.
That's
We do the paperwork and processing, yes.
Okay, and it just based upon whoever comes onto the bus, if you think that they are met, how do you know, or how do you know to ask, and when is it appropriate to ask, I guess?
This is a great question. With that, as people sign up to get on our minibuses, they have to fill out forms to be qualified. Okay. Not everybody can just ride our minibus.
Okay,
so they have to qualify to be on there, and we do follow up with doctors to make sure that certain needs are met as we move forward. But there is qualifications to get on our minibus.
Okay, so that explains that one. The next question I had for you is there is a comment in there about the parking fee rates by credit cards. Mm-hmm. And I noticed that do we increase the cost of the parking if they use a credit card versus not in the new smart parking? As an example?
There will be a cost for credit card usage, okay. But with our new system, we'll have 3 different ways to pay. You'll be able to use a mobile app, a credit card, or there will be pay on foot machines.
Right, but as you know, I own a restaurant, so we know when you do a credit card
Correct.
Swipe that there's going to be an extra fee that is the burden of the establishment.
Correct.
So the question is, with the burden that the city has, and I noticed that they were going up in terms of the fees, are we going to be able to calibrate that going forward so that that's offset by the revenue generated?
So in the ramp world, we're actually setting that up right now, and we're looking at where that fee needs to fall, if that's going to fall on the individual or within the city. And when we talk the on-street, the fee will fall on to the individual.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks
for the qualification.
Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So this is a budget meeting, but it's also a public information session. So I was hoping I could call on Mr. Orwell to come up and tell our citizens about Do Ride. There's volunteers and there's a ridership. I noticed that, not surprisingly, you have more riders this year. than last year, and it's nearing 10,000, and it's pretty amazing. But if you could tell, it's a valuable service for especially our older folks. So if you wouldn't mind.
Well, thank you, Mr. Resnick. Greg Orwell, I'm Executive Director, Do Ride, 2635 West 32nd. And yeah, we're seeing consistent growth in both the use, number of rides that are being taken per month. This month, actually, we will, for the first time, exceed the high water mark we had prior to COVID. And it's taken this long to get there, but we're projecting about 10,700 rides this month. We're up to 311 members defined as those 65 and older that use this once in a while, not at all yet, or all the time. They pay a $45 a year membership fee and then $7 a ride. And any of those folks that receive any sort of public assistance, and we err on the side of, if you tell us your money's tight, that's good enough for us. There's no paperwork requirement. If you tell us you're on Medicaid or you're on food assistance, heat assistance, energy, whatever, Section 8, you're in our income support program, which offers, instead of $7 a ride, $3 a ride, unless it's a medical appointment, in which case it's absolutely free. And we started that 5 years ago, and we're now this should be the first time we'll be over $20,000 worth of free and reduced rides that we offer. And we're able to do that through a partnership with United Way and some donors that specifically earmark their donations to help with this. And we've heard from people, excuse me, that say, you know, if it weren't for those free medical rides, I wouldn't know if I was healthy or not. I wouldn't be able to get to my labs. I wouldn't be able to get to my treatments. So that's something we see is going to continue to push forward. From the city council perspective and the budget, we're funded for $30,000 a year toward general operating, which covers now about 13% of our budget. The first year we started, 2008, City Council spent 100% of what it cost to get it started, with the understanding that we would, as an organization, learn to feed ourselves. And we, in fact, have been able to do that. So this year we'll have about 65% of our funding will come from grants and personal donations. And I'm proud to say that money from the members, the ride fees, membership fees, are now less than 30% of the operating expenses. And that's always been our goal, to be under 40%. And we continue to make that a smaller part of our mission. So with that, our 125 volunteers and our as of this month, as a matter of fact, our 150,000th ride provided will be this month. And our volunteers have driven now almost 1.5 million miles. And since 2011, we have reimbursed for expenses exactly zero. So they pay for the gas and they use their time. So thank you for your support to make it all happen.
Absolutely, and there you have a website, but there's also somebody there all the time on the phone, which is great. So you can contact Do Ride either way, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Website, email, or on the phone. All of our rides are provided are arranged on the telephone.
Okay.
Because we still are 65 plus, and with our average age of members being about 78, only about 25% of our members have email. So that not only is where our folks live, but that also makes us more effective. For some folks, we're their calendar. What's my appointment tomorrow? Tomorrow is your lab appointment. Oh, thank you. Or your hair appointment. The hair appointments are really important, especially around Christmas. But whatever it is they have to go to, we do provide that service. But with that, with the number of rides being scheduled, that gives us about 3,500 incoming or outgoing calls per month that our staff has to handle. So it's a very busy place. Stop, visit us anytime. Springs Building, 3rd floor, the Fountain Park Plaza. We'd love to have company. So thank you for all your support.
Great, and thank you very much to you and your volunteers for doing our citizens a great service. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg, for coming up. Appreciate that. Anything on this side? No? I have a couple questions for you, Ryan. First of all, thank you very much for the outline here. You always have really great information to share with us every year, but it's really good to see that we have new things coming, because we've been talking a lot about the new things. How have you increased ridership so much? You talked about that it increased. You didn't talk about so much the how. What are your thoughts on that?
We're seeing a vast jump in students and college ridership on our buses, which is great. Again, we work with the schools on how we can get the kids on the bus safely, get them around the city safely. As far as the large jump, people are just getting more out and about. And that's why I'm excited we have the Areas of Persistent Poverty grant right now to figure out what is the need, what are the hours we should be running, what are the routes we should be running. Now we're going to have more data on, should we be running till 10 o'clock at night? Maybe that is our number. But if we're going to be doing that, we have to have ridership because buses can't be running around empty.
So you'd be tracking like area, numbers of people, ages of people in general, that kind of thing?
Ages is something I can't track at the current time, but I can track number of people at certain bus stops.
Okay. I heard you mention a few times that there might be challenges on the buses. Like, am I hearing behavior challenges, safety challenges, those types of things? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Kids will be kids, I'll put it that way. Okay. And especially right now, we're getting to the end of the school year. Everyone's excited to be getting out of school. It's nice weather. We sometimes do have challenges on the bus, and we have a very good setup that our drivers understand. They can reach right out to police dispatch if it's that big of a crisis. Mm-hmm. The best thing we have on our bus is our camera systems. Our cameras can see almost the entirety of the bus inside and out. And I can't thank the school systems and police department for the school resource officers that we have. If we have an issue on the bus, we reach out to them, we identify the children, and then we're removing them from the bus. Sometimes it's kind of hard, but there's a progressive discipline plan we need to follow. But it usually starts at 2 weeks, then we move it up to a month, and we've had certain students we've removed for a year.
So I understand you're talking too about I think you mentioned it like a red line or basically a hard line between your services and what school district transportation services are. You kind of alluded to partnering with the schools. What type of, aside from SROs, the school resource officers and our police department, what type of partnership are we having with the school district to help with this situation? Because, I can understand there's, just to put it bluntly, the turf situation where, this is city property that we're working with, but it's a school district and it's their students. And frankly, the whole idea of it takes a village to make sure that we're all raising our children together. If we're having some issues, and it sounds like we might be having more this year, are we working with the school district to try to manage this?
Definitely working with the school district. And Mr. Sprank last year commented that he rode on our green route, which if you need energy, hop right on it every day.
With Lemetra, by the way, from our last presentation.
Yep, the green line, hop right on in the afternoon. It's amazing. But what we've done with the schools is, especially for the younger students, the school systems will actually put paras on the bus with the students. And that has greatly helped our drivers out because then the paras know exactly what stop these students need to get off at. Yeah. It is not tied to us in any sort of way. This is the school system just giving extra support to make sure their students are getting home in a safe manner.
Got it. And this was the improvement package that you mentioned that we're not able to fund this year, is the extra
Correct.
assistance with this
Correct.
from our end.
Yes.
Essentially. Okay. And it sounds like you said specifically you're coming back next year with that if you don't find a way to fund it this year. So this is an issue that is definitely on your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
If we're going to work internally on a couple different solutions this year to see what we can do with that. If I still have issues next year, you'll see it back on my budget.
Got it. Understood. Okay, that's very helpful. My other question is a parking-related one, and it's only because, for whatever reason, I'm getting this question a lot. I must be hanging out downtown a lot lately. Why do we charge for parking on Saturdays? I get this question very frequently. I'm noticing that our meter fees are, kind of a small part of what we pay, but my answer to people, and you tell me if it's accurate, because my answer is the turnover answer, is that even on Saturdays when businesses are open, and having that situation myself downtown, we need turnover happening, so people are coming in and you're not just having somebody that's parking there for a full 24 hours all the time. Is that the primary reason? Is it more of a funding reason that we need the funds on a Saturday too? Give me a little bit more.
If we didn't have parking enforcement on Saturdays, all the residential locations that are above establishments, they wouldn't park in a lot or in a ramp. They'd literally pull right in front of the building that they're at, and they would never move all weekend. So on a Saturday, I'm going to take like the Millwork District. Mm-hmm. People wouldn't park in the intermodal ramp. They wouldn't park in the 10th and Elm lot sitting down there. They would park right in front of where they have to go. So you'd have like Brazens, you would have Dolph's Bar and all those locations downtown, there wouldn't be anywhere for the general public to pull up and park because everybody that'd be in a lot or a ramp would be sitting in front of those facilities.
Yeah. And that's not necessarily because it's bad people that live in places and they're doing this. It's just because that's the way we operate as people. I mean, it's just kind of what we do, right? So it makes sense.
When I came to the city about mid to end COVID, that was a big push from a lot of businesses. We were getting a lot of phone calls. And it was, hey, I need people to move. Nobody can get to my store. And there's particular stores in mind that I'm like, well, he called me twice a week, every week, saying, hey, I need people to get out of my parking because my customers can't get there, and they don't want to walk 2 blocks to get to me. So this keeps that turnover going.
It is very helpful information. So thank you very much. Yeah, Ms. Withel.
I just thought of one question. As we have developed more housing in the city of Dubuque, we've talked a little bit about some of the opportunities we've had here at council to address bus stops as it relates to new housing projects. Now, I think it's the pink line that goes north on Kerper. And so we've got some new housing going there, and capacity, I would think, is going to go up. But tell me, can you just walk me through kind of how you collaborate with different departments in the city to talk about that so that we're preparing for those new places and spaces we're going to have people live in?
We love new development. It's fantastic. It's great for the city of Dubuque. Usually I'm one of the last people to come into those conversations, which is perfectly fine. One thing with the bus side is we can alter routes to accommodate for these things. And as we're going through the study coming up, we're going to be definitely working with Jill Connors for sure on what future changes you see happening. We're going to be working with the planning and housing departments on where they see, the need is for us to be. And then we can adjust our routes accordingly. For us to go out and just switch a route, switch the roads and turns, that's a big process. That takes public input. It takes a lot of work with that. So that's where, as this planning grant goes through, we're going to be taking a lot of data coming up and utilizing that. But one thing we have every year is we do have a public meeting for people to come and talk to us. And Jody Johnson, who's sitting right there, back there, we get questions all the time. Hey, can we move this bus stop? Can we move it down the road? Can we move it 2 blocks up? If it's a safe thing to do, we do that. But if it's a request that, hey, we need a bus stop on this corner and it's a blind corner or there's not enough room to make the corner, then we need to work with the public and say, hey, this isn't safe for us to be. We need to move it to this area, and that's the safest we can get.
Thank you.
All right. Ryan, thank you very much. Go ahead.
I need to say one thing.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how awesome our finance team is. Laura and I, we just work well together, as in I send her an email at 9 o'clock. She sends one back at 9:15. It's really not healthy, but we make it work. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate our finance team.
We've heard that a few times, but yes, thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you for mentioning it. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Yeah. We'll see you again very soon to talk more about parking and whatnot. Okay, we have reached the moment we have all been waiting for. It is the engineering presentation. It is the final presentation annually. And not only is it the final presentation, it is always one of the most exciting because everybody gets so involved. And you got the whole team here. I see you all. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. So, don't mind us if we start moving around a little bit. We're getting a little antsy up here. That's okay. We are paying attention.
Security alert.
Oh, jeez. I'm sure what that means.
Activation failed. Let me try again.
Maybe I shouldn't have said things about being exciting before Jenny got the computer working.
Go say.
You may approach the bench. Yes, approach the bench. Oh, we're getting bribery. Yes, wonderful. Yes, excellent.
I love you. Thank you.
Yeah,
This does cost less than $2, right? Each Reese's peanut butter cup costs less than $2.
2 for her.
Oh, why
2
is it
for her.
here?
You're allergic to peanut butter? Decline it.
Okay.
Why did you do that?
Thank you.
Oh, you could have warned me, John.
Nobody's ever offered this food.
It's a very smart idea. All right, Gus, when you're ready, we are ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go for it.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Gus Sahoya, City Engineer, and I present to you the Engineering Department budget. With me tonight are Civil Engineer and Professional Land Surveyor Nate Kiefer, Civil Engineers John Deans and Nate Steffen, Project Manager Jim Bosley, Environmental Engineer Max O'Brien, Traffic Engineers Dave Ness and Justine Hall, and Facilities Manager Justin Hogan, who will all present tonight. Also here tonight is Assistant City Engineer Bob Shizzle, Traffic Project Supervisor Dwayne Richter, Water Project Supervisor Todd Irwin, and Civil Engineer Alex Stein. The mission statement of the Engineering Department is the Engineering Department promotes the health, safety, and welfare of all through sound engineering principles, practices, and partnership applied to planning, design, maintenance, and the preservation of the city's infrastructure and property. The department would like to welcome Project Manager Jim Bosley, Civil Engineer Alex Stein, and Custodian Jordan Block to the city and our department. The department thanks John Deans for his 20 years of service, Steve Brown for his 18 years of service, and Phyllis Arnsdorf for her 18 years of service to the city and the Dubuque Engineering Department. John is retiring and was the city's project manager for the historic Millwork District Complete Streets Project, the Green Alley Program, which I think involved about 81 green alleys for about $9.3 million, 3 roundabout projects, numerous street reconstruction projects, sidewalk, ADA, and trail projects. Steve was heavily involved in the Bee Branch Creek Restoration Project, the Federal Building Renovation Project, Water Resources and Recovery Center, multiple other building projects, and managed many leases for the city. Steve is with the city of Rochester, Minnesota right now, and Phyllis retired after 18 years of service. She was part of the custodial staff. We wish them all well and thank them for their years of service. We have a few open positions. The camera tech position has been especially challenging to fill. We've worked with the HR department and reclassed the position and are in the process of re-advertising. The engineering technician positions are currently posted. The civil engineer 1-2 position has been posted for a few months. We are working to boost the advertising for the position with John's imminent departure in another week and a half, or is it 6 days, John? The engineering organizational chart includes 41.71 full-time equivalents. This includes our facilities, maintenance staff, engineering staff, and seasonal interns. We are currently proposing to reorganize the department. The green boxes are administrative supervisors, the tan, functional supervisors, and the light blue are the remaining staff. We have an outstanding group of staff who are laser focused on moving the city forward and helping the city's citizens. I want to especially thank Kristen Deans, Talent Acquisition Coordinator, for her immense amount of effort and help she provided to me and the department. Thank you, Kristen. We have 5 major sanitary sewer projects initiated and or underway. You will hear them later on in the presentation. We have 5 storm sewer projects initiated and also underway. You will hear more details about these projects later on in the presentation. Current initiatives also include 4 major street projects engineering has on its to-do list. Again, you will hear these later in the presentation. Other initiatives include completing final phase of the smart traffic routing with efficient and effective traffic systems, also known as the Streets Project. As a reminder, this project will improve traffic signal coordination based on real-time traffic patterns. We continue to spend a lot of staff time coordinating with internet providers for the citywide fiber to the home project. Engineering has recommended 6 improvement packages. The first is related to department personnel reclassification. This involves eliminating 2 part-time inflow and infiltration inspector positions and replacing them with 1 full-time position. The reclassification also involves creating a new part-time sidewalk inspector, We have 2 improvement packages related to stormwater and sanitary sewer operation repair fund increases, 2 improvement package related to switching from desktop computer to a laptop computer, and the last improvement package is for additional funds requested from ECIA related to their work helping us on the street project. The fiscal year property tax support for the engineering department is $825,000 for net property tax support and $12.91 for the average homeowner property tax cost for city engineering. The engineering department strives toward public safety in everything we do. The engineering department promotes the health, safety, and welfare of all through sound engineering principles, practices, and partnerships applied to the planning, design, maintenance, and preservation of the city's infrastructure and property. Listed are examples that focus on safety for the citizens. The one at the top of the page talks about trench safety courses for employees. Last year, the city engineering department employed a trench safety expert, and we had our employees and other departments like police, not police, but the fire department, housing, and building department, they all participated in the training. It's very helpful to try to prevent any accidents in the future with trench safety. You probably heard this information before, but I think it's justified repeating. For a lot of the utility work in the city of Dubuque, we are utilizing state revolving loan funds, or SRF, to help finance the work. I'll draw your attention to some of the advantages, including low interest rates and paying interest for only on what we use. Some other advantage to using SRF include adjustable terms, including loan duration. For planning and design loans, there's no interest for 3 years or when construction starts. Now, there are some disadvantages to SRF funding too. Since this funding has federal requirements, it takes extra staff time to utilize these funds. There's Davis-Bacon wages that may apply, Build American and Buy America may apply. Significant amounts of review by the state are necessary, and there's many steps facilitated getting the loan. We also need to plan months in advance due to the review schedules. Another significant delay results from environmental review process. This is necessary because we don't want to do anything that harms the environment, but as you can see, the delays can be significant. An example would be the Old Mill Lift Station project, which the environmental cultural reviews took about 1.5 years to complete. Later on in the presentation, you'll hear about a lot of details about a transformational sanitary sewer improvement project that we are currently planned and what's being implemented right now by the city of Dubuque. But right now, I'd like to take a time or a few minutes to talk about some past projects that have been transformational for the city. You will be familiar with these projects, and I'm sure that you'll agree with me that they have changed the lives of citizens of Dubuque forever, much like the project we are proposing with the Catfish Creek Interceptor sewer improvements. I believe that the proposed sanitary sewer improvement project will require the same amount of work, planning, engagement, collaboration, and time as these past projects I'm about to discuss. And you will have equally profound transformational effect on the community. The first one I'll talk about is the flood wall. Since the city's birth, it has been experiencing flooding from the Mississippi River. Flooding in the 50s and 60s prompted the city to work with federal government to fund, plan, and construct the flood wall in the early 70s, which included levees, walls, gates, and pumps built in the early 70s. The outcome, the project was transformational for the city of Dubuque, as it saved the city from many floods, including severe flooding in 1973 and the record flooding of 1993. The next project, the 61151 project. For many years, the connection to Wisconsin from Dubuque, South End, and Dodge Street areas was via an indirect route from Locust Street to 20th Street to Romberg Avenue to Eagle Point Toll Bridge. In 1982, the existing Dubuque, Wisconsin bridge was opened, restoring US 15161 direct connection to Iowa, and between 1988 and 1993, the new 4-lane divided highway was built through downtown Dubuque. These projects were a collaboration between Dubuque, the city of Dubuque, the state, the federal entities working together to fund and plan the construction of this project. The outcome was the transformation of Dubuque as it provided reduced traffic congestion in downtown areas and greatly reduced travel time between the north and south end and Dodge Street areas. The next project was the US 20 project. The challenge since 1943, when the Julian Dubuque Bridge opened, traffic on US 20 or Dodge Street began increasing. The timeline in the 70s, the city of Dubuque and the state began collaborating on funding and planning to address the increased traffic issues. With design happening in the 90s and construction starting in 1995 on the US 20 project, the project finished in 1996, 26 years after the inception. The project was transformational for Dubuque as it provides safe and efficient connection between the west end and downtown areas. The next project I want to talk about is the Northwest Arterial Project. The challenge in order to link Highway 20 on the west with US 52, State Highway 3 on the Northwest Arterial was planned as a bypass around Dubuque. City, state, and federal funds were used to plan and construct the various phases of the project beginning in the early 80s and finishing in the early 2000s. This was the city's #1 priority for years. Recently, the city of Dubuque completed a major rehabilitation of the corridor with the Northwest Arterial State of Good Repair project in 1923 as part of the transfer of jurisdiction from the state to the city. The outcome, the project was transformational for Dubuque as it connects the city's west end and north end areas and was a catalyst for several significant private investment, including the Asbury Plaza Shopping Center, Medical Associates Campus, and many other areas. The Port of Dubuque project. The challenge in 1975, planning began on the Riverboat Museum in the Ice Harbor, and in 1982, the F.W. Woodward Mississippi Riverboat Museum opened. The timeline in the decades since, and with initiatives like America's River Project, the Port of Dubuque has been a renaissance of development, including the National Mississippi River Museum and Aquarium, the Port of Dubuque Marina, the Diamond Joe Casino, the Grand Harbor Resort and Water Park, and the Grand River Center, and the Mississippi River Walk. These projects were a collaboration between city, state, and federal entities, along with private businesses working together to fund and plan the construction of the project. Southwest Arterial Project. The challenge since 1983, the idea of the Southwest Arterial was discussed by city, county, and state officials. A bypass connecting US 20 on the west side to 61-151 on the south side was proposed to give direct connection between the areas to reduce truck and semi-traffic on Dodge Street in the city. The timeline, the state initiated studies in 1997, and after years of planning, design, and construction, the Southwest Arterial was opened in August of 2020. Nearly 40 years of effort it took with discussions with many stakeholders on the project. The project provides an alternate route for traffic through the southwest portion of Dubuque, connecting the Dubuque Technology Park on US 6151 with the new Industrial Park Center West and the existing park on Highway 20. And it's expected to generate over $1 billion in new spending and development. The B Branch project. The B Branch Creek has been a long history of Dubuque with concerns about flooding in the basin, actually dating back to 1864. Following a major storm in 1999, the city developed and adopted a drainage master plan in 2001. The city of Dubuque's B Branch Creek Restoration Project involved the phased construction of a 4,500-foot long waterway from 16th Street to Tehachapi along the Mississippi to Comiskey Park. The multiple phases of the project were in collaboration between the city, state, and federal entities, along with affected residents and business owners. The outcome, the project has saved the city and residents millions of dollars in potential damages for heavy rains and flooding, while also acting as a beautiful linear park and sparking a trail system. Chaplain Schmidt Island. Originally used to operate an airport and landfill, Chaplain Schmidt Island was developed and became home of the Greyhound Park and Casino in 1985. The timeline since then, the island has transformed with the construction of the Mystique Ice Arena, which is now Imon Arena. Additionally, the Greyhound Park and Casino have been transformed into the Q Casino with multiple remodels of the space. Currently, the city, in cooperation with Dubuque Race Association, the DRA, are embarking on a $154 million investment to the island. This includes over $71 million in public investment and $83 million in private investment. The outcome, these past and ongoing projects on the island have been transformational for Dubuque, taking what was originally a dump site and turning it into a premier destination for residents and visitors, and are great examples of public-private partnerships working in harmony. So this brings us to the last thing, the whole thing that I talked about is the Catfish Creek Improvement Project. It's necessary to facilitate growth and resiliency. Max O'Brien will talk more about the project specifics later in the presentation. The Old Mill Lift Station and Force Main project is currently underway. The current and proposed phases of the Catfish Creek project will be another transformational project. This project, just like the other ones I mentioned, will allow the city to grow and flourish many, many years into the future. Much like our fiber project, the Catfish Creek sewer upgrade project will not be seen by the public, but is so necessary for the continued growth and expansion of the city, for our citizens, businesses, our children, and grandchildren. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Nate Kiefer, our professional land surveyor and civil engineer, to speak about development review and survey team activities.
Get this out of the clouds here. Thanks, Gus. For us short people. I saw that the Hardee's sign there on Old Dodge Street, so I'm getting hungry. Maybe you all are too. But we're all excited to talk about what we do. So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nate Kiefer. I'm a professional land surveyor and a professional civil engineer in the engineering department. Just want to take a few minutes to talk about our development review, inspection, and survey team activities over the past year. During the development review process, engineering staff review plans to ensure that proposed improvements meet city standards and to determine what impacts the plans will have on city infrastructure, traffic, and property. The DRT review process includes virtual and in-person meetings, which provide opportunities for collaboration between developers, engineers, architects, and city staff. Members of the DRT group from the engineering department are as shown on this slide. So we have myself, I am the point of contact for the engineering department group. I review easements and survey plats and boundary-related items, and I also assist with development agreements if they're necessary for subdivisions or sites. Next, we have Max O'Brien, and Max reviews sanitary and stormwater elements. Justine Hall reviews traffic and site access elements. Nate Steffen reviews right-of-way and sidewalk and ADA ramp elements, and Dwayne Richter reviews street lighting and fiber elements. The DRT review process includes virtual and in-person, in the upper right-hand corner, you can see that is Silver Oaks, so there's a plat that that's an example of a plat we review. In the lower right-hand corner, you can see, commercial development and on Stone Valley Road and Chesterfield Drive. So just a few examples of the kind of things that we review. Our engineering department, DRT staff, review plans alongside other departments such as planning services, water, fire, and building and construction services staff, and sometimes leisure services, health services, public works, and economic development staff, depending on the project scope or elements. And this slide shows some statistics about some plan reviews that we've done in the last fiscal year. So you can see In fiscal year 2024, the DRT group reviewed 69 plans and held 43 formal meetings, and those include site, subdivision, and concepts. Year to date, fiscal year 2025, DRT group reviewed 43 plans at 26 different meetings. And just a note, the review process is often cyclical in nature. You have the original submittal by the developer and their consultant, then city staff review and make comments on that submittal, and then there's revisions by the consultant to address the issues, and then there's a resubmittal by that consultant to address those comments, and that cycle just keeps going over and over, and sometimes it takes 3 or 4 of those cycles to get all the comments addressed. So just wanted to point that out. It's very typical that they would at least have one review and revision cycle. On average, the DRT group receives 5 to 7 submittals per week, and that's between formal and virtual reviews, which might be subdivisions, major site plans, minor site plans, concepts, and then, as I had mentioned, resubmittals. Those resubmittals are important. When you include the resubmittals, the annual totals for reviews can exceed over 100. After the plan review and approval process is complete, the engineering department staff, if appropriate, provide inspection and testing services to ensure that all infrastructure being dedicated to the city for ownership and maintenance is constructed to city standards and specifications. So our engineering technicians would, in that case, provide construction and observation and materials testing services for the new public infrastructure in subdivisions and sites. And I have a few examples there. The farm subdivision, which was originally called Mosina Farm. I don't have a picture of that one. South Point subdivision, that's in the upper right-hand corner. There's a picture of a cul-de-sac being graded. And in the middle right, there's a picture of the Quick Trip at Airborne and Seiple. That is the site for a new Quick Trip gasoline and convenience store. So, for example, the Quick Trip site, Quick Trip themselves had done water and sewer extensions and a right turn lane that they turned over to the city. So that's why we were there inspecting those, make sure they're up to our standards before we accept them. In addition, after construction is complete, our GIS technician, Troy Kress, uses drone and GPS survey units to collect as-built information on the newly installed infrastructure. Our drone unit can be used as an inspection tool to document progress and can help to verify materials quantities. An example in the lower right-hand corner, that's a drone photo showing the progress at Silver Oaks subdivision, which is on the south side of town. And then our GIS technician, once the infrastructure is in the ground, our GIS technician collects and adds the infrastructure as-built location information to our database, and our GIS database with all of our infrastructure in it is used by city staff, county staff, even private consultants, and the public. So it's very valuable. The engineering department's survey crew, Chuck Nicholas, Jeff Brandt, and CJ Beckman, collect survey data which is used by engineers to design our major CIP projects. So we have 3 full-time survey crew staff that provide boundary and topographic surveying as well as construction staking services for the major CIP projects. And I have a couple of examples up there. Currently, we are doing the construction staking on the amphitheater project on Schmidt Island. For the Green Alleys project, we were involved in the topographic survey on the front end and then the construction staking on the back end. And a new project that we've working with Maxwell O'Brien on is we've committed to providing control and boundary surveying services for the upcoming Catfish Creek sewer improvement projects that Max will talk about soon. The engineering department also provides one-call locating services, and our locating crew is Justin Smith and Jonathan Farfan. And we do that to protect the city's underground infrastructure, including water mains, sanitary sewer mains, storm sewer mains, electric for streetlights, and fiber optic utilities. So the department's one-call locate staff is responsible for a vast coverage area. And that coverage area ranges from the airport on the south side of town to John Deere Road on the north side, and from the Mississippi River on the east side to the Swiss Valley Interchange on the west side. So as I said, we have 2 full-time utility locators. They mark utilities prior to excavation and for emergency breaks and hits. So we're responding all hours of the day for emergencies. Our staff received over 8,200 requests for locates in calendar year 2024. I have a little fun fact. We counted how many cans of spray paint we used last year, and so the crew laid down 70 lineal miles of paint markings per year. So we continue to see a lot of growth and a lot of private utility extensions in the city. IMON being one of the biggest contributors of that. And again, I mentioned the coverage area is massive. It's approximately 22.3 square miles or 14,921 acres. In closing, I want to thank all of our team members that I mentioned for their hard work and expertise, and I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for allowing us to be a part of these really cool and amazing projects that we do at the city. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Nate Steff and John Deans to talk about street construction. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Deans, civil engineer for the department. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the right-of-way management things that we're doing, that we do every year, annually. And we're involved with a lot with working with Public Works. We do a lot of coordination with them on our ADA ramp projects, where they'll do a resurfacing. And so usually the previous year we'll come in and redo the ADA ramps or coordinate with Public Works on doing that. Their crews might cover a few of them. On some of them, it is, we'll have multiple bid packages that go out for ADA ramps. And then 24, we did 118 ramps, and we're working on another number like that for 25. The stumps and sidewalk replacement, Emerald Ash borer, a lot of trees went down, and so we have a lot of stumps. And we've also had a lot of trees that have impacted sidewalks. And so we've, working with the Parks and Rec, we got, the stumps removed, but then we're doing a lot of, work with having to get sidewalks replaced behind those trees, as well as healthy trees that are staying in the public right-of-way. We're dealing with a lot of sidewalk issues there and addressing those. 202 inspections and walks. We had 544 permits issued on right-of-way permits, a lot related to the fiber to the home builds that are going on or have been going on the last few years. And then we utilized a lot of drone flights, like Nate was saying. A lot of those drone flights, just for your information, it's very helpful to be able to pull off surface areas for seating quantities on projects. So it's much more efficient. We don't have to have people out in traffic trying to measure things. We can just fly it, pull off the areas, very accurate. It's much safer for our workers. Mentioned Iowa one-call tickets. This is a kind of a scatter map that shows you all over the city. So they're everywhere. So if you run the numbers, that's like roughly 30 to 35 locates a day, and that's if it was going perfect every day. Sometimes it's a little less, and sometimes it's a lot higher than that number. And so the guys are literally running their tail off trying to keep up sometimes, depending on when. So the summer, it's very, very busy. Winter, not as much. And when it's a little bit slower in the winter, we might shift them to help us on, snow sidewalk inspections and that kind of thing. So we do flex and move people around a little bit if we need it. Snow removal assistance, banner year. We had more volunteers than we've ever had, and so I'm very happy about that. We had 44 locations identified, working with those volunteers. Some take 1, 2, or 3 space or locations to clear snow. The other advantage is this was a pretty light snow winter, so we only issued 70 letters to property owners to clear their snow, and of that, only 9 were having to be done by a contractor. So, yeah, we liked not having to take the phone calls. So this past winter was great to be able to get that done. I do encourage people, if they want to volunteer, we do have a link on our website to be able to become a volunteer. Rob McDonald's our right-of-way management technician. He would love to talk to you. The North Grandview Avenue pavement project, rehab project, about 4 to 5 blocks, was very, the pavement was not in good shape. There's concrete pavement that had some joint issues. To be fair, it was at end of life. It was 40 years it had been there since it was last paved, and so we did that major rehab paving project and came around, and then we partnered with Public Works again on the far north end. They're doing some of the paving on Grandview to the north, and they're taking it up to Clark. And that project was roughly $420,000 for that work. The Chaplain Schmidt Island Trail is open for business. We are just working on some little ticky-tacky punch list things right now with a contractor, but it is open for use by the public. And it's a DOT funded, or mostly community project funded project that we had a ribbon cutting with Representative Ashley Hinson and her staff. There was a great turnout. The weather was great for, I think it was, early November? So that's always a little iffy. But we took the sunshine and was happy that we're able to work and provide that amenity for the public to use. Here is a listing of our projects that we have that are related to streets, the pavement marking. We've got street construction, general repairs. You'll notice there's some larger numbers related to the East-West Corridor project, and then we've also got and Nate Steffen will talk a little bit about, and then we have the 14th Street overpass project where we're having funding related to that. And then we've got a bridge replacement at Wildwood, and then we're going to start with some of the implementation improvements based on the master plan for Central Avenue. And then we've got this is kind of our sidewalk-related funding that we have, fairly typical each year. I will state that the sidewalk program, the city-owned property, that $200,000 does not go as far as it used to. And so that is something that we're going to have to look at maybe going forward, especially if we have lots of issues with some of the trees that we're dealing with. And then some are miscellaneous, I call miscellaneous, but they're very vital to the city. The Villa Street retaining wall, we're trying to refill that project, and we keep monitoring that project for movement, that wall. So we have Nate and his staff working through doing that maintenance, or that monitoring. And then we have some the bridge repairs maintenance, where we do annual bridge inspections. And so every couple of years they do inspections and then minor maintenance. And then we have an enterprise asset management system, the roadways. I think there's multiple departments that have been talking about enterprise asset management to have funds to be able to do across the city-wide infrastructure asset management. And then parking lot materials for the Union Marina project, where we're kind of doing a little bit of a contractor for the private developers doing work, but then we have in our development agreement to do some public parking on Hawthorne. So we're kind of working with Public Works to do some of the work, and then we did a little bit of contracting with the contractor who's doing work for the private developer to kind of install a storm sewer intake and some pipes. So we're kind of working together, trying to have some efficiency of labor to make that happen. Project that just came to council on Monday for award is the Heap Street reconstruction. That project will be starting in May, working with Pierce Tobin. We'll be working and collaborating with them and getting things scheduled for a pre-con, but that project will be starting shortly. And It's a full-blown reconstruction of everything in a very tight corridor, and yes, the working with residents and access will be a priority, and will be it'll be a tough nut. I'll admit that. Green alleys are also under construction. We currently, the one on your left side of the screen, which is the one up by 17th to 18th between White and Central, that's under construction. We're currently laying the sanitary main. That sanitary was absolutely flat in that alley, and it was always a maintenance issue for Public Works. And now we've actually got some nice grade because we actually planned ahead when we did the 17th Street project to be able to have that grade improved for that sanitary line. So we're working on that. We've got temporary water running. We got everybody still connected to utilities, and we're doing it in a tight corridor. So interesting times with that. But and then we're also coordinating with the developer, the apartment complex on the corner of 17th and Central. They're rehabbing that building, and so we'll be stubbing in new utilities for that project. And then the other two alleys that you'll see there from 15th to 17th between Central and Iowa, they'll be later this year, probably the June timeframe to probably July, and then construction is complete in September. And then these are kind of the locations we just talked about. And then this, again, they're full reconstruction, $600,000 related to using SRF funds that was from the railroad culvert project for the B branch, and then the rest is actually a lot of utility work is using ARPA funds that were committed already. And I'll let Nate take it over from here.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Civil Engineer Nate Steffen. I'll continue the discussion on the Major Street construction budget. The Northwest Arterial State of Good Repair project from US Highway 20 to John F. Kennedy Road, which was a component of the Dubuque County Federal Aid Build Grant for improving the Northwest Arterial John Deere corridor for freight mobility, was completed in the fall of 2023. Over the past year, the engineering department staff completed the Iowa DOT project closeout process. This was a meticulous, multi-step process in which the engineering department was responsible for ensuring that all necessary documentation and record keeping as required for compliance with the construction contract and grant funding requirements. The Iowa DOT then completed a thorough materials review and a final audit of the project. This was a significant staff effort over the past year, and we appreciate finally getting the project across the finish line. Now I'll talk about the East-West Corridor project. In an effort to advance this council priority, the city has already completed $3.25 million in corridor improvements, shown on this slide. The city and consultant team are currently working to complete the preliminary engineering design and environmental clearance phase to advance the development of the East-West Corridor capacity improvements along University Avenue. This graphic on the slide shows the most recent preliminary design concept for corridor improvements at Delhi, Loris, Asbury, and Pennsylvania intersections. In February, the city hosted an open house public information meeting for the East-West Corridor capacity improvements. The preliminary design and results of the environmental study were presented to stakeholders, and the public was able to review and provide input. The consultant is currently using that feedback as they continue to refine the preliminary design for the corridor improvements. A second public information meeting will be held in the fall of 2025. Now shifting to the Building Bridges to an Employment and Equity project, also known as the B2E2 project. In August of 22, the city was awarded a raised planning grant to assist with the planning and design of a multimodal transportation corridor project entitled
building bridges to employment and equity. In February of 2024, the mayor and city council approved the selection of AECOM as the consultant to complete the engineering design and NEPA or environmental phase to advance the development of Ray's planning grant. Additionally, we would like to acknowledge the Dubuque Racing Association for their partnership in this project. In June of 2024, the city was awarded a $25 million RAISE capital grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation, which builds upon the federal RAISE planning grant that Dubuque received in 2022 to design the proposed improvements. The RAISE capital grant will assist with funding for proposed improvements to construct specific elements of the B2E2 project. The specific project elements selected to be incorporated into the $38.72 million RAISE capital grant are outlined in the table shown. The funding for the RAISE capital grant includes $25 million in federal funding, $3.6 million in city funds, while it also leverages $9.2 million in local STBG funds and a $1 million partnership contribution from the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Southern Railroad. Improving multimodal transportation corridor safety for all users is a key goal of the RAISE grant. A primary focus of the B2E2 project is the elimination of the at-grade rail crossing conflict on 14th Street and to provide for the planning and design of a proposed vehicular and pedestrian overpass bridge. The combined funding between the RAISE planning grant and the RAISE capital grant is just over $43 million. In February of 2023, the City East Central Iowa Intergovernmental Association, or ECIA, and our regional local partners were awarded a Safe Streets for All grant. The Safe Streets for All grant will assist with developing a regional roadway network comprehensive safety action plan. The Institute for Transportation at Iowa State University is leading the effort to develop a comprehensive safety action plan for the regional roadway network to achieve the long-term objective of reducing transportation-related injuries and working towards zero deaths. It is the objective of the city, ECIA, and partners to complete an action plan, so we have identified potential roadway or intersection improvement projects, which will be well-positioned to compete for the future Safe Streets for All construction implementation grant opportunities. Next, in 2022, the Iowa DOT completed a study to evaluate the operational and capacity improvements along US Highway 20 between Crescent Ridge and Old Highway Road, with a specific emphasis on the US 20 and Northwest Arterial intersection. With the Safe Streets for All study and action plan final report nearing completion, the city is in discussions with the Iowa DOT to potentially submit and apply for a Safe Streets for All construction implementation grant for the Highway 20 Northwest Arterial intersection. The Safe Streets for All construction grant notice of funding opportunity has been published, and the applications are due at the end of June. With the merger of the Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Southern Railroads, train traffic is projected to double through the city's downtown urban core by 2027. The city has partnered with DMATS, the City of Piasta, Dubuque County, and the City of East Dubuque to study the feasibility of implementing railroad crossing improvements, which could facilitate establishing railroad quiet zones within each respective municipality's jurisdictional areas. Based on the results of the rail corridor diagnostic study, over the past year, the city applied for 2 federal railroad administration grants, a consolidated rail infrastructure and safety improvement grant, and a railroad crossing elimination grant. Unfortunately, the city was not successful in either of those grant applications. The planning level cost estimate for safety improvements at the 12 existing at-grade crossings through downtown is $3.7 million. If we can make the safety improvements required at the crossings, the city could then request from the FRA, Federal Rail Authority, a quiet zone designation. The tables on the slide show the two potential funding scenarios, no grant versus if a grant was awarded. The city will continue to apply for any and all eligible FRA grant opportunities, and if it's successful, we will be making recommendations in future budgets for the matching funds. Moving to the US Highway 20 and Southwest Arterial. Now that the highway project Southwest Trail is complete, and per the terms of the MOU and the transfer of jurisdiction agreements between the city and the Iowa DOT, the city is responsible for the survey and replatting of the highway corridor to allow for the roadway and interchange property to be conveyed from the city to the state. Over the past year, city staff, the DOT, and survey consultant team have been replatting the corridor from US 20 to US 61 151. The color-coded map shows the segments of the highway corridor that will be conveyed to the city, the state, and to Dubuque County. Once the Southwest Arterial Corridor is replatted and utility corridor is established, the city and Iowa DOT will be constructing and implementing an intelligent transportation system, otherwise known as ITS network, along the Southwest Arterial Corridor. The city and Iowa DOT will be installing a fiber optic communications and ITS network consisting of cameras, sensors, dynamic message boards, and other related technology to support transportation and public safety applications. The city is responsible for designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining the fiber optic communications and ITS systems, including providing fiber optic cable reserved to be used by the Iowa DOT. The state of Iowa is contributing $1.9 million to the project. And we'll go from ITS to traffic operations, and I'll hand it over to Dave Ness.
Well, I just got my bedtime reminder on my phone. Thought you'd like to know that. Dave Ness, traffic operations for the city of Dubuque. I'm joined tonight by Dwayne Richter and Justine Hull, both traffic engineers for the city of Dubuque. And we are also aided by Tim Lawler and Andrew Putzterry from operations and maintenance. I got some good news and some bad news tonight. The bad news is I have 45 slides. But the good news is that's because we got a lot done tonight, or got a lot done this year. And I'm going to try to get through them as quickly as I can, but there is a lot to share. So, breakdown of duties, we talk about this every year. Our main duties are we do the fiber network and broadband expansion in the field. We do traffic operations, video management, a lot of traffic studies this year, pavement markings, temporary traffic control, and street lighting. Those are the primary duties of the traffic department. Prior year highlights, we have been working, honestly, for the last multiple years on designing a network and routes to accommodate the over 300 city communication needs. We partner with ISPs to build the city's network at a discounted rate. We've also created a fiber redundant loop to the west end to the data center. And Justine will be talking about the Central and White Corridor studies tonight. Future initiatives include the Streets Phase 2 project, the Southwest Arterial Fiber and Camera project that Nate just discussed, the SMART grant, and I'll talk a little bit about how that developed. We also have 3 intersections that we would like to get reconstructed when funding becomes available. We have that design done. The city communication needs, we're going to continue to tie up the loose ends and reach as many of those 300 locations throughout the city as we can. And then the Central and White Corridor. I want to touch on the video management system. We talk about this every year. This is a unique system, honestly, to the country in how it's been built and how it's used by the police department and all the other entities in Dubuque. We currently have 1,402 cameras on it at the city of Dubuque as of today at 260 locations, and that system records 30 days, 24/7, and it kind of becomes a bit of a time machine for us for research and for crime. There's also an interconnect software that we get through Milestone, and that allows us to connect to the other municipalities in the city, which include the county and the school district. They are also using Milestone Systems video management system, and that allows us to share our 2,600 cameras throughout the city of Dubuque as we see needed. An example of the success from this system is this crime closure rate, which is published every year by the police department. It's a combination of good police work and I'm sure a little bit of help from the cameras, but our national crime closure rate against crimes against humans is over double the national rate. And the crimes against property is, I believe, 7 times the national rate. So it's been a really successful system, and I thank the City Council for allowing us to build it. We talked to a lot of other cities throughout the U.S., and they occasionally brag about a crime that they've solved with that system. We do that every day in this city. So it also makes us much more efficient at our jobs. We're a really lean department, and I think citywide it kind of gives us a competitive edge where we can do more with fewer people. One thing we don't discuss a lot, but Dubuque is a national test bed for a lot of technologies. And in this particular photo, we do a lot of our cameras are purchased from Access Cameras. They're one of the biggest throughout the world. They sent a couple of their senior product line engineers to Dubuque a year or two ago, and we gave them a tour of the city and how we use their cameras. They were really interested in this. They don't always get to see, how their products are used. They were down at the Washington Street Circle, and they saw, the Christmas tree of cameras, and were really curious, why is there 2 cameras facing the same way? And we showed them all, one of them is wide angle, it sees everything, but it doesn't see anything really good, it just sees everything, but it doesn't give you the details. The other camera is zoomed down a street, and that captures all the details. So between 2 cameras, you cover a lot, and we have those every 90 degrees. They went back to Sweden, and I'd say about 6 months to 8 months later, they shipped us this camera that they had designed. It's a prototype, and it actually has 2 cameras within its enclosure doing that exact thing. So it's one license, but it's 2 cameras, and it's just an example of some of the fun things we get to do in this department. This is our budget for the current year for camera installations. Signal operations, on a day-to-day basis, just keeping these systems running is a success for us. These are the operations and maintenance associated with these signals. We have 117 signals. They're connected via fiber optics primarily. There's central management software that keeps them in sync and keeps them working, battery backup systems, vehicle preemption, there's a whole list of things. They get pretty complex. And here's some of the daily duties related with keeping them operational. I won't go through each one of these because I have 45 slides, so I'm gonna have to make it kind of quick. But this is an example of the things we do on a daily basis. Streets, the smart traffic routing project, it is a unique system to the country, and it is funded with funds for research. So we're doing things that have never been done with this, and it involves utilizing our cameras to collect data, sending count data, et cetera, into a model, which is a bit unusual. We have a microscopic model that is really almost keeping track of every vehicle in the city. It's a digital twin, if you will, of what's going on the streets. The video analytics feed that information to the model, and then it runs calculations in a decision support module that kicks out information related to how we can reroute traffic to best move vehicles through Dubuque. We have learned over the years, we have this camera system, we have this major investment already in place, capital investment, and if we can use the cameras for more than just viewing, if we can use them as sensors in traffic, to get the most out of them, it's a win for everybody. But it comes with its challenges as well. When cameras are feeding into a system like this, they have to be operational. They have to be working all the time. If they go down, we're going to start getting false information. So camera uptime and replacement schedules is becoming more and more of a challenge for us. Used to be we would buy a new camera, we replace them every 5 years. I can show you some of the footage, mostly at night, where that really makes a difference. It can be the same megapixels, almost the same model of camera, but just the newer RPIC, if you will, or the chip inside, and it looks like a completely different camera. We look at cameras that are 5 years old, and it's kind of crazy, that we thought those were good when we compare them to the new. Mapping and wayfinding software, this is another, lesson learned. Nobody seems to be using Waze in Dubuque, and it's probably because they don't have to. They typically can get where they want to go without any issues. But, those are systems that we were kind of thinking would work with the streets system. So if there's a backup or if there's a crash, we kind of thought somebody would hit a button on Waze and say there was a crash. We're not getting those. People just don't use them in Dubuque. So we're having to pivot and utilize the cameras to pick up queuing and accidents. It's just another scenario of some of the challenges that we've had, weather-related, incidents. If the cameras get covered in snow, you have to have the model come back with historic data for that day, that time of the day, and that month, if you will. Testing in real-world scenarios, we can't just create a crash to test the system. So we have to be ready for when there is a crash. I know it's... that's just another challenge. Recognition of offset responsibilities. An example of that is, we put in a system like this, we put a bunch of servers in, we put a bunch of cameras in. Other departments may handle those servers, like the IT department. Unfortunately, with us, we do all of our own work. We have our own servers, we have our own network. We have about 4,400 ports in switches that we maintain. We don't get to offset those responsibilities. They fall back on us. And we can see sometimes where it might feel like you're getting, life is a little bit easier for you. But with us, we just say, okay, now we got to spend more time on the servers and making them work. Reliance on communications equipment, it has to remain up. It's going to go back to the fiber optics that I'll be talking about. Communication with drivers. It's not just a Dubuque problem, it's a worldwide problem. We thought there'd be an information dashboard by now in your cars. There is no really good way to communicate with drivers. The Waze, the Apple Maps, the Google Maps, they have their own analytics, and sometimes it competes with our analytics. We're making changes to the signal timings to make traffic better. Those mapping systems are just going off history, and they think there's going to be a restriction at this light, but we're actually making it better. So this is a major challenge. I am timing myself because I'm going to get off on tangents here. That leads into the grant, the SMART grant. Some of these challenges that we've come across with streets, communication with drivers, connected vehicles, that is what the SMART grant is. ECIA is heading this one up, but basically it is what can a municipality offer as useful information to connected vehicles. We're creating standard data sets and formats for this information to supply to these connected vehicles. There will be a Smart Grants Part 2, which is more of a deployment. I think we'll be applying for this sometime in July. It could be up to a $15 million grant to put in the infrastructure and to actually implement this program. The data sets included are listed below. One of those that I find is interesting would be the railroad crossings in Dubuque. You know, that is always a challenge, and they're blocking those tracks for more than 10 minutes. We can't get information from the companies, but we do have cameras up and down the city at the crossings. The cameras can see there is a train there, it's this company, there was this many cars, so we can do our own predictive analysis. And that can help us get emergency vehicles, ambulances, and even the driving public routed best through the city, as an example. Another thing that we don't always talk about, but Dwayne Richter and I are both ex-software developers in a previous life. We still enjoy doing this as long as it's part-time, and especially when we're the customer and our opinion seems to matter. And we're enjoying this. We've been working with a number of different companies throughout the world, but they're very interested in our camera technology and the way we use it. They're really interested in the way we use it. So over the past, I think since 2021, we've been working with Milestone and IronYon. It's kind of been under a confidentiality agreement, but we've been working with them on developing traffic analytics using our camera feeds. We supply the expertise, and then once developed, we get to use the analytics at no cost. Here's an example of some of those analytics. There's 4 pages of these, so there's quite a few of them. Aggressive driving, repeated red light running. As an example of repeated red light running, the cameras can see the lights. The lights are green, the lights are yellow, the lights are red, and they can see when the cars arrive. If we're seeing a pattern of repeated red light runners, a lot of times it could be our fault. The way we have our signals timed, drivers know that if I push this one and I get through it on a yellow or an orange, you know, I'm going to make the rest of them. We try not to have those scenarios in place, and we try to change that so that we're not promoting, you know, running these lights. Oversized vehicles. In addition to some of these, notably, we have intersection turn movement counts, vehicle classification, so we know if it's a semi or a car or a motorcycle, coordination analytics, and these are all very unique to traffic. And just today, one of the researchers at Iowa State, he called using camera analytics for traffic the new gold standard. So because you can identify things, you can tell that's a bus, you can tell that's a car, you can give a bus more priority. You can use other sensors to see how many cell phones are in the area. That bus could look like 20 vehicles, but instead it's a bus with 20 kids in it, all on their cell phone. We're also doing cloud-based research through Amazon Web Services. We're streaming 150 video streams up into the cloud, and we're doing this analytics cloud-based. It's kind of expensive. We're keeping an eye on it. We think it will be the future, but currently we're not paying for it. The developers are paying for it. And it's very interesting. It's very scalable. Here are some of the capital improvement projects for traffic related. A lot of these are annual programs that we have every year to keep the systems running. Now to move on to some of the smart technologies, if you will, smart cities. We've been doing a lot of deployments of fiber optics, and we try to do joint communication pathways. Listed here are all the things that can use up right away in your streets. And these are typically designed by engineering, you know, storm sewers, sanitary sewers. We don't have people competing for your gas service. We don't have people competing for your electrical. These are usually one and dones. The one thing that is not a one and done is your internet service provider. They are competing for your business in Dubuque, and they would each run their own conduit under your street, separated by 18 inches. You get 7 of those in your roadway, they're using up most of your right of way. So our goal is to put in joint communication duct. I'm going to go through some quick examples here. Prior to 2016, this map shows what we had installed for duct. This is where I get to go through a bunch of slides. It's going to be like a film strip. So if you watch the map, you'll see each year the duct systems grow. This was a big year. We crossed the Illinois Bridge. There's another big year. We got the fiber across the Wisconsin Bridge. Those are $500,000 projects, and we're able to share that conduit and that fiber to bring in more competition into Dubuque. This was a really big year too because we partnered with Alliant Energy. We got 16 miles of fiber in 2022, 2023. So if you go back and just watch the way that has grown, getting up to 2024, this year we put in 11 miles of communications duct. A lot of that was with the IMON REAIM project. This was year 3 of the REAIM project. And we had a bunch of projects we wanted them to do, and in November, they were finishing up. So all of a sudden, we had 6 contractors available to put in duct, so we put them to work. So I would say in the last 2 months is when probably 10 miles of this got installed. If you look at this, the total is 154 miles of duct in Dubuque for communications. I started in the year 2000, it's been 25 years. I think we had 1 or 2 miles of fiber duct at that time, and now we have 154. That's going to allow our city to grow and be ready. Take that number times 7 though, because we put in multipath duct. So if you take that 154 miles times 7, it's 1,000 miles of usable duct in the Dubuque area. I have been showing this slide. We're trying to create a redundant backbone to have resiliency in our city. I'm going to move on to this slide. This is our current duct system. I want to discuss, when do you install the fiber and what are the pros and cons of a joint utility? Well, one of the pros of having a joint utility corridor is all of those duct are in one place, not taking up right away. One of the cons of that is all of those duct are in one place. So if you have a rogue excavator who didn't do a one call, you could take out all 7 of your providers. And that is why we're trying to build redundancy and loops into this system. I'm going to go through some numbers here to kind of give you an idea of some of the challenges. So putting in fiber duct in Dubuque is expensive. It's rocky, it's hilly. In good land, it's $14 to $20 a foot to put in the duct. This does not include the fiber vaults, by the way. If you run into rubble, some stone, some foundations, add $18 to that number. Now you're at close to $40 a foot. If you run into rock, $80 more a foot. Now you're close to $100 a foot to put conduit in these rocky areas. I gotta figure out how to scroll down on this. Partnerships allow you to divide that up by however many partners you have. So if you have 4 partners in a trench, now that $100 utility is down to $25 each. We are often installing fiber duct at $5 a foot, which is why we do that. When do you put the fiber in the duct? So we're just talking about the duct. Now we get into the fiber optic cabling. Fiber cabling is much less expensive. Sorry, here. Getting back to my slide. Fiber cabling runs between 25 cents a foot and $3.75 a foot is what we have found. In Dubuque, we install fiber cable that varies between 24 count fiber all the way up to 576 count fiber. We have 576 going across the Julian-Dubuque Bridge. We have 432 going across the Wisconsin Bridge. At those larger count fiber, the cost drops to less than 1 penny per strand foot. Our latest purchase of fiber was 432 strand fiber at $1.96 a foot. That is a half of a penny per strand foot. So the cost for that is pretty inexpensive. Getting it into the duct, hope you're following me here. There's the price of putting in the duct, there's the price of the fiber. Getting it into the duct is usually about $1 a foot to jet it in. During bigger projects, that's brought down to 60 cents a foot. And there are professional companies out there. We can do it. Dwayne and I have been known to jet our own fiber. It's a learning experience quite often. These companies that do it for a living they have up to 3 jetting machines, and they can put 3,000 feet between machine. They can jet 10,000 feet in one direction. And then they unspool the fiber, figure eight it, and then they turn the other direction. So they can put in a 20,000 foot spool in an afternoon. We don't have a lot of those days in Dubuque just because of our topography, but we've seen them do it. So they could get as much as 40,000 feet in a day done, and we're glad to pay them if they can do that because they're really good at what they do. So it kind of gives you an idea of some of the challenges of putting in fiber. Now, let's talk about splicing costs. A general splicing cost for fiber is $25 per splice. So you really want to figure out how to best lay out your fiber cable with minimal splicing. If you have a 20,000 foot spool of fiber, you really don't want to run it 5,000 feet and cut it off and then run it another direction for 5,000 feet. That splice point at $25 per splice on a 432 strand fiber is going to cost $10,000. $10,000 buys you 5,000 feet of fiber. So there's a lot of logistics involved. A lot of times when you're putting in this really high count fiber duct, you want to proof it. You know, if you're spending $100 a foot, which we don't very often, but we might be spending $50 a foot, before I pay that bill, I kind of want to proof that duct. You can spend a lot of money proofing it. Another way of proofing it is just installing fiber into it. And so for these bridge crossings that can be up to $150 a foot, $500,000, before we pay that bill, we jet that fiber in it and make sure it goes in, and then we pay the bill. More than likely, the fiber is not going to get cut on a bridge, and if that happens, there's bigger issues for us. But you don't want to install fiber into duct and leave it dark for very long either, because it could get hit. And it's really hard to fix conduits with fiber in it. It gets very expensive. So we tend to leave it empty, and then we jet it in just before it's needed. And if we run into issues, we can dig up and fix duct that doesn't have fiber in it. It's pretty easy to do. Once the fiber's in it, it gets really expensive. So I've gone on for a while on the slide, but I just kind of wanted to share some of the challenges with jetting. So creating this ring topography is very important. What you see here is our plan for a ring topography. These are all 432 strand or higher fiber counts. We've got over half of these in already. And we just started putting them in last fall. So I jumped from this slide to this slide. This includes the 288 strand fiber, which is also part of our backbone. We plan to install 50 miles of fiber cable this spring, just in the engineering department. On the bottom left there, you can see Dwayne Richter. We're going through a little inventory check at one of our storage facilities. Each of those spools holds 20,000 feet of fiber. It's probably not supposed to be up there, but there's no way to really do this without getting dirty and getting it counted. So moving on, here are the remaining failover loops that we want to complete. The biggest one is the Southwest Arterial. It's funded. We're just waiting for some right-of-way cleanup, and then we can get that one in. The remaining North Cascade, Tanzanite, Fremont, we'll get those in as we can. They're not super critical right now. North Cascade will be pretty easy. Fremont's going to be pretty tough. A lot of rock, a lot of bridge, a bridge to get across. Up there by Peru and Roosevelt, we actually have Roosevelt completed. Peru will be a little connector for the north end to make that resilient. The big long one, following the river and the tracks, is the Sioux Green line. I'm not sure if it'll happen or not, but it's designed and it's part of the agreement that if they put in that high voltage DC line, they're going to put in a 7-way and an 8-way, that entire length. And then at every crossing, they're going to put the duct in, because nobody really wants to cross a track now, and it's very expensive to do. Add a 500,000 volt DC line, nobody's going to want to do that. So we want to get these in with that project, and hopefully we won't have to do any more crossings. I want to move on to how does this affect our city? There's a lot of benefits. It future-proofs and makes it resilient. We're doing the public-private cost sharing. This drives economic growth and boosts efficiency. Having this system in place has really attracted a lot of innovative grants and partnerships for us. Usually when you're applying for the grant, part of the grant is going to fund getting this fiber in, and the fact that we already have it in really gives us a heads up on these grant applications. Benefits realized, it's connecting the city, it's connecting the municipality together, but not only that, it's bringing in additional internet service providers. It's preserving right-of-way, better cellular coverage. Most wireless technologies have fiber as a backbone. 5G only travels about 5 blocks, so it is brought to that neighborhood over fiber optics. And it's been one of the driving forces. One of our partnerships with the UPN is getting fiber to these small cell sites, and we're partnering with them. There's fewer outages, a lot lower costs. It creates a living lab for Dubuque. It is a revenue generator. It really is. Part of the revenue generation now is partnerships to build more duct. But when those agreements time out, they have to get renewed, and that'll be a continuous revenue generator for the city of Dubuque. Kind of wanted to talk about our broadband group. In 2016, Dave Lyons from GDDC and Chris Coleman and myself created this broadband group to really focus on getting more competition in Dubuque and getting duct in the ground. And it's worked out really well. I've really enjoyed working with them. We talk on a near daily basis for the last 9 years. I know Chris Coleman's retiring, and Dave Lyons, I believe at the end of the year, is moving on. I'm going to miss working with him. Dave is a genius at creating partnerships and agreements. Chris has been taking these to you to get approved, and I've been out in the field, honestly, making sure this gets done out in the field. So it's been a great partnership, and it's really been a success. These are the partners that we're currently using in Dubuque. And we've, like I said, we've had a lot of success, and we've really grown our system. So I thank you for your time. Here is our current fiber optic capital improvement programs. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Justine to finish off our presentation. Thank you.
I should have brought more chocolate. But good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Justine Hull, one of the other traffic engineers within the engineering department, and I kind of want to start off with the Central Avenue and White Street traffic corridor study. So that happened last year, and we had that adopted earlier this year in January. And this study looked at the one-way pair along Central and White from 4th Street to 22nd. And our public engagement with this project was incredible and tremendous. So we completed some door knocking in this area, and we had our focus groups with the freight, small businesses, and residential communities, along with pop-ups at the farmers market and a little pop-up at the Prescott Elementary Carnival, and some neighborhood association meetings, and many more. Surveys were completed in the first 2 phases, the Let's Talk and the Let's Explore phase. And that really helped our consultant come up with 4 alternatives so that we could whittle that down to 1. The recommended alternative was the multimodal focused version that was having Central and White continuing being a one-way corridor and having a cycle track on the west side of White Street. So currently, now that the study is complete and we have to factor in all of the wonderful infrastructure projects that we just learned about and all of the other important things, we're ready for design. So design is our next step towards construction, and this is when we can have shovel-ready projects so that we can have those ready so we can look for grants and ask for funding. The study is a great concept and a great direction for what we want to do with each section or portion of the corridors along Central and White and the side streets. So it's a mix of everything. The engineering department, we're currently working with economic development on any current questions with business owners, residents in the area. Any comments, questions, or concerns that they may have, we're actively answering those. as we move forward with design. So we will continue having engagement with the public and a seat at the table for those stakeholders to be a part of the design of their portion. So looking forward and the future of this corridor, we have to keep chipping away at this. And of course, just like everything else that is important, this will widely improve our community and our connectivity throughout downtown and Dubuque. The results of the study will be used to enhance the corridor. Like I previously stated, engagement is super important with that freight, residents, business owners, property owners, and the general public. The youth and the seasoned people are crucial for these designs. Our first item that we have for this next year and hopefully into construction the following year and kind of going back and forth with design and construction with that shovel-ready project would be the pavement marking restriping. So that is the first transformation that we're going to see along Central and White. And that's critical for the public to understand what the corridor is going to feel like, because as we paint narrower lanes and define parking spots and enhance intersections, we want them to understand what it could be with actual physical construction. Now, since it's just paint, our cycle track that we're envisioning and the widened sidewalks, those are not going to be at this stage. But the funding for the design work that is included in FY26 is also property acquisition funding. So that is for any necessary off-street parking that we're kind of working on internally. So as we work on this internally, we continue to use this plan and Ryan Nucky's Smart Parking Mobility Management Plan, working together to make sure we're making holistic decisions to see what's available off-street and also understanding the future need, because this is also supposed to spur economic development, right? So those design plans and that funding will also be used to design plans for the parking lots as well. So that'll be a part of that proposed funding. Okay, now this is a really exciting slide for me. So our piloted bike lanes were completed last August, and they are along 9th Street and 10th Street going eastbound and westbound respectively. So those bike lanes will be analyzed with before and after data until next spring of 2026. And if that's really used to see if we need any tweaks, but also to provide opportunity for public comment or concerns, so we can make it a little bit safer for people if they want to voice those as well. So we are keeping an eye on driver behavior and bike lane use. You can see we have a biker in the lane. It's so exciting. So we're currently working on using a TAP grant, actually, that we got from DMATS to make more connections from the lower B branch. You can see that in the lower left-hand corner, from the lower B branch by the solar fields along Pine Street by the JOTC to connect with those on-street bike lanes. So that's happened currently as well. So speaking of bikes and just mobility in general, that has been a growing constant with a majority of city departments, to be honest. So we have a mobility team that I am also a part of, but that meets monthly, and that includes planning, engineering, transportation services, parks and rec, economic development, sustainability, and our health department. And we speak on projects with infrastructure, like you see here, and what we've been speaking on, along with other top and high priorities like air service strategies, park maintenance, and Schmidt Island. So we are striving to have a developed network of bike facilities throughout Dubuque. And we have a Dubuque Regional Bike and Pedestrian Plan that we've been using as well as a guide with ECIA, I believe. They've been very helpful. But a lot of the infrastructure projects that we've been talking about, so White Street Cycle Track, and the complete street improvements along Elm Street with the RAISE grant and the B2E2, and the East-West Corridor along University. I mean, those are all kind of a part of that connection plan that we're trying to strive for. Also, along with general mobility, there's another committee that has been recreated in the last 2 years, and that is the Safe Routes to School Committee. So that includes planning, engineering, DMATS, police, health, sustainability, and Transportation Services, along with the Safe Routes to School coordinator, Matt Berkey. He's located in Iowa City, I believe. He does the whole state because he's crazy. And also the Dubuque School District, they have a student services representative, and we also have the transportation manager as well in that team. So this team has crafted goals to make safe routes to school. It's kind of in the name. We're starting with the elementary schools, and I do have an example of that here at South Grandview and Bryant. That was kind of sprung on us in 2023, but we're kind of continuing improvements like that. So what we've been looking at is education, encouragement, enforcement, engineering, equity, and evaluation, which we've deemed as the 6 E's, because walking and taking the bus is sexy, because 6 E's. Come on, it's right there, it's right there. So we have prioritized projects with elementary schools. We're kind of getting into the middle school region as well, but we've prioritized projects to increase safety in school zones. So that comes with engineering. So engineering implications are flashing beacons at crosswalks like we see here. That's encouragement, like bike, walk, and roll to school day, like Lincoln Elementary. And actually, that is actually coming up. It's on May 7th, so if you have any children, grandchildren, friends, neighbors, have them walk, bike, roll to school. And also education. So we are going through being sexy, really. So education to the public with future videos, resources on our city website, and programs, including, kids' bike safety programs that we are currently using our AmeriCorps member to engage with the community youth to expand capacity for programs like that. So, very exciting things. But as I move on, I'm going to touch on some stats regarding traffic data that DRT is kind of a part of. And so with development review, we review traffic studies, signage, pavement markings, turning movements, driveway accesses and aprons and things like that, queuing, sight distance, street lighting, and fiber, as Nate Kiefer kind of went through in the beginning of the presentation. And that's all across the board. That's every development, really. Not everything, but case by case. So last year there was 2 traffic studies that were reviewed and completed, one for the Dubuque Museum of Art and the C&B daycare that's just down the street. So those studies are required whether the development goes forward or not. But queuing analysis, that's mainly for coffee shops or car washes or drive-throughs, something that has queues, so we ask that of the developer. And site distance analysis is really case by case as well, and more location-based, because we want to make sure that people have adequate safety getting in and out of their site. Next, we kind of have some right-of-way visibility requests, which are basically vegetation. So dealing with that over sidewalks or parking lanes or the full road, along with alleys or over general signage. You want to be able to see a stop sign. We want to deter people from running those. So we make it as safe as possible. The last item I have on here is traffic speed or vehicular volume data that's collected. That is mainly based on respect to citizen requests. It could be a study for a development. It could also be an inquiry for speeding, so normally neighborhood issues and things like that. So I can send that to the police department if it's a need for higher enforcement. And lastly, to end traffic tonight, everyone's favorite, construction closures and detours. Over the year, I think I did 80, there was 80 projects that were funded by independent contractors, so private utility work and things like that, that requested right-of-way permits. Some of them sneak through the cracks, but they requested right-of-way permits and it required a traffic control. So that has to be reviewed by me or other staff to make sure that that permit can get approved. That 80 doesn't necessarily involve city projects or public-private partnerships with, fiber installations and things like that. But along with traffic control, engineering does get notices for oversized vehicles in Dubuque, which is very important because the DOT sometimes doesn't know about local construction, so we want to make sure that those oversized, overweight vehicles are having safe routes so that they can get to where they need to go. But I appreciate the time, and I will give it over to Justin with facilities. Thank you.
I'm Justin with Facilities. I do not have 45 slides, thank goodness. Our main responsibilities is overseeing all our multi-tenant facilities, City Hall Annex. Our newest addition is the ITOC Data Center, which is just opening up on the west end. We also provide technical assistance for other departments, police, fire, anyone to help maintain their buildings as well. I'd like to give a shout out to my team. They're like the unsung heroes. We hardly ever see them, but their presence is known by all the hard work they do every day. Prior highlights, we got over the last couple of years, we've managed to change over 300 fixtures from CFLs and fluorescent to LEDs with an estimated savings of $5,000 a year with an estimated 2-year return on investment. We do some of that small in-house, and it's usually just small contracts with small local contractors, piece by piece, usually using operating budget funds. The downtown city study facility study we had 2 years ago, we're starting to move forward with. The most recent is the renovation of the second floor of the Ruby Sutton building, which is underway right now, and which will be on another slide or the next slide. We are also doing preliminary design of the other areas like City Hall Annex, City Hall first floor to accommodate expanding departments as time goes on and funding is available. This is the current construction of the Ruby Sutton building second floor. As you can see, it's been torn apart and we're putting it back together piece by piece. As of this morning, we have about half the drywall done. You can see the back windows on the slide have all been opened back up and all the light is now coming back into the building. That center area at the top is going to be a giant skylight. It'll be a very warm, very accommodating area for the new department, Antonia's new department, to move into there with the AmeriCorps. It will include 5 offices as well as a collaboration space and a meeting space. It should be a very good space for them to use. One of our current initiatives is a multi-phase project to expand our security by doing electronic access control, which is already in several buildings. The idea is to get one system for the entire city. We established a new system about a month ago with the data center, which is fully functional. WRC is also live. There's several other contracts in progress, including the Ruby Sutton building, which is being coordinated with the renovation. This will provide us more security using electronic access instead of having to issue keys that tend to get lost. So this way, if someone loses their ID, you just turn it off. You don't have to worry about rekeying locks or keys floating around. It'll also provide a citywide established ID card. This is not the final design. We're still working on the design. This is my little mock-up of what it might look like. Just our capital improvement projects. I'm looking forward to launching the federal building renovation this year, getting design underway. We also have projects that are working on to get our ADA reporting into GIS. And there's highlights for the federal building renovation. It's going to include energy studies and HVAC renovations. You can see the penthouse roof has not been replaced yet, as well as loading dock structural repairs, which are long overdue. The energy study will also include the possibility of green energy being implemented into the building. It's a long overdue rehab of this building's HVAC system. And I'll turn it over to Jim.
Good evening. I'm Jim Bosley. I'm the project manager for the engineering department. It's nice to meet you, Mayor and Council. Obviously, this is my first time up here, so I got to make sure I'm pressing the right keys here to advance the slides. One of the things that I'm responsible for as a project management is the support to other departments. I'm highlighting 4 projects that I'm currently working on with other departments. The 2025 repair and maintenance of the Iowa Street parking garage, the Butte Gate and Pump Station flood mitigation, the 16th Street detention basin. That's the new name. That's the B branch pumping station. The federal funding required us to kind of manipulate the name a little bit. So when you see that, that's the B branch pumping station. And to talk just briefly about the riverfront, the lease revenue that we generate each year, and then I get to work with the fire department and the chief on the fire headquarters building and some of the improvements there, which is an HVAC improvement project that's long overdue. We'll get to that slide next here. This is the 2025 repair and maintenance project for the Iowa Street parking garage. Some of the things that I wanted to talk about on that here. Let's see. Sorry. And I'm working with Mr. Nucky and his group. Here it is, sorry. Is based on a study that was done a few years ago by a consultant. They went through each of the parking structures, and the Iowa Street parking structure garage was the one that required, as you can see, a lot of issues there. Probably the most structural work of all of the existing parking ramps. So with that study that was done, there is obviously required major repairs to the existing concrete structure, storm drainage removal and replacement of existing membrane that's on the top surface of that parking structure that has got a lot of holes in it. And a lot of the problems that we are seeing here with the degradation of the concrete and the steel reinforcing is because of the infiltration of the water. That is the underside of the 3rd level, the north side of the Iowa ramp. And that's actually closed right now, that north section of the third level, the top level. And that is due to these structural problems with the columns, and you can see the middle slide there. They've actually used some support to make sure that the cracking that's happening doesn't fall down like it is over here on the right photo. And some of the improvements there that are going to happen is they'll replace the steel reinforcing that's exposed. They'll go back a little farther, clean up the concrete. They put in what's called sacrificial anodes that will direct any kind of future corrosion to those anodes and not degrade that steel within that concrete after they repair it. So as you can see, it's roughly a $5 million project that's been budgeted out of the 2025 budget and into 2026. You approved the initiation of the public bidding process and notice of the public hearing on Monday night. It's probably been a long week for you folks. Do you get stamina pay maybe or something to be able to handle all these long nights here?
They let us drink coffee.
Yeah, but then you're going to be up the rest of the night, unfortunately. That's too bad. But the main thing is here with this is there's a bid opening May 8th, so that's only a few weeks away. And then the completion of the construction is the end of October, 1st of November. And then that's when they'll put in the Parks project program that Ryan was talking about that would put in the new gate systems and the new way of paying with the cards, the multiple options to pay when you park in the parking lot. The other big project that we're going to manage internally that I'm working on is this B branch project. And as you can see, the photo in the oval there is the existing structure looking from the river towards the basin to the west. One of the facts, it's interesting to me and maybe to you too, is that this pumping station was installed prior to the flood wall being completed, so down around in the 70s, so it's 50-plus years old. Those two existing pumps, the larger ones, only pump 90,000 gallons a minute each, and there's a smaller one at 20,000 gallons a minute each. That sounds like a lot, but that basin, the photo on the left, is the end result of everything that drains down through the B branch. So that 16th Street detention basin is quite large, and when you have some rainfalls that we've had in the last probably even 3 to 5 years, they're telling me that that pump station was struggling to keep up. So the new facility is in this rendering here. It's really a great depiction. That facility is actually built out into the detention basin. You can see across the road, Kerper there, the kind of the tan building is the existing pump station as it is now. That new one then is actually going to be out onto the detention basin. Ports and construction was the low bid at $26,500,000. That was back in February. Construction start, we had a pre-construction conference this afternoon. They're looking to start the middle of May, maybe the third week of May, to mobilize and get going on that. And the big thing is substantially complete and final completion in 2027. July 2nd is we're looking at final completion. We need time because of the EDA funding. It's due, everything has to be complete, not just construction, but all of the audits and paperwork. There's about $8 million involved there that apparently it would take an act of God to move that September 17th, 2027 date. So we have to get it done. Otherwise, we lose that money. It's as simple as that. The new pumping facility, if you look at that compared to the old one, basically it's twice the capacity. You're looking at each of the 4 pumps will pump 100,000 gallons a minute. Each motor on those pumps is 1,000 horsepower. So those 2 white boxes up there are 2 generators that will back up those pumps if something ever goes down. And they're small locomotive engines, basically, that will be able to power up those in case there's a power outage. And then there's the breakdown of the funding. And there's a substantial amount, almost $25 million. That's state and federal funding, which is grant money. And the rest is stormwater. SRF loan is a loan. It's not a grant, obviously. And then the DRA distribution. So a tremendous amount of that money was grant money. It's rebid from a few years ago because the bids came in much higher than the estimate, as some of you recall. So they put it on the shelf and went back and got more grant money and was able to have this bid opening and keep the project moving. So that's good for the city. I talked a little bit about this riverfront lease revenue. I never realized coming to work at the city that there was so much revenue generated by leases. And so the riverfront generates obviously $4.2 million in revenue for the city. That's what's projected for 2026 in the wharfage, which I didn't know what that term was when Anita said wharfage. I had to look it up. I hadn't heard that. What's interesting being on a river, you have these old terminologies, but there's revenue generated there. And the other thing that's not mentioned in here, we do a lot of cell tower revenue generation from leases. I didn't put it in there, but it's not as substantial as the riverfront rent that we collect, but it's still there, and it's something that we manage in the engineering department of all places, in charge of the revenue and the leases, negotiating them too with the city attorneys. And then the last part, probably my favorite part of the job so far, other than working with the staff that I get to work with, is who doesn't want to work with the fire department and be around fire trucks? I don't know. I'm pretty lucky. At my age, my kids think they kind of look at me funny when I say I'm excited to go to the fire station. But they have some substantial projects, some substantial needs, and we were filling a void for them. They're great at fighting fires and helping people, but building maintenance and things of these projects of these type are not in their wheelhouse. And so what we're up to right now is this HVAC project that has been around for a while. It replaces the existing heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system in the headquarter building. which the existing boiler is there from in the 70s, I think, 1979, I think that building was built. So that project, we're in the beginning project phase here where they're going to start design, or finish design, excuse me. You can see the bid letting date here is in June. We're hoping to get this thing started and move it along here rather rapidly in the fall. It's replacing a boiler, that's the existing boiler that was there, with multiple commercial type forced air units, which is going to be able to better regulate in the fire station, these older buildings with a boiler, it's hard to balance the zones. This is going to be a much more efficient way to heat and cool the facility, and there'll be a small boiler that'll take one area where the fire trucks are stored or parked. A smaller boiler will handle that area because the forced air system isn't set up that way that we could do it efficiently. So the project's $800,000 to $1 million. It's a big ticket item. We're hoping with some of the efficiencies with going to something other than a one-for-one trade with this big boiler that's in the basement might save some money. So we're waiting to get the estimates back here in probably 2 weeks before the plans and specs are done, so we can see what the costs are, estimates, more little refined estimates. So that's all I have for my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm enjoying my time with the city so far. I've only been here, I think, about 8 months, but appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Hello again, Nate Steffen, civil engineer. We're going to chat a little bit about the Schmidt Island and all the projects going on. So the Chaplain Schmidt Island development plan is a long-term vision to transform Chaplain Schmidt Island to a major regional destination for entertainment, recreation, economic activity. The plan adopted by you all in December of 2024 outlines the potential projects to enhance the 236-acre publicly owned island. The goal is to create a vibrant year-round hub that attracts tourists and serves residents. The plan builds on earlier efforts, including the 2014 Schmidt Island Master Plan, and emphasizes public-private partnerships to fund projects. While many projects remain conceptual and depend on future funding and approvals, many others are funded and at various stages of development, from planning and design, currently under construction, to complete. And we'll talk about a few of those. This slide highlights the total investment from the public and private funding of over $154 million. To continue with facility improvements on Schmidt Island, the city is currently working on adding a secondary dehumidification system to the Imon Ice Arena that will provide over 7,000 cubic feet per minute of supplemental dehumidification and ventilation to the arena space. The dehumidification improvements will be constructed this summer and completed and operational by the time hockey season starts next season. A key component of that portion of that $83 million in private improvements is the Key Hotel project. The hotel is the Tapestry Collection by Hilton. It began construction over the winter. The 7-story building will feature 90 rooms and suites, a rooftop restaurant, and event space overlooking the Mississippi River. The hotel is anticipated to open later this year. The picture on the left is the rendering of what the project is anticipated to look like. And then the picture on the right, I just took this week at the same angle, so you can kind of see they're actually just finishing up the final floor there. The Island Social Family Entertainment Center opened in November. The Island Social includes an arcade with over 75 games, attractions including duck pin bowling, axe throwing, and also the kitchen and bar with an American-inspired menu. The Reflections events space connected to the Island Social also opened. The venue offers over 6,000 square feet of flexible space with catering and state-of-the-art audio-video equipment and is currently available for booking. Last year, the DRA commissioned a sports complex feasibility study with funding support from Dubuque Initiatives. The study offers a comprehensive look at sporting facility needs in the Dubuque marketplace and on Schmidt Island. The DRA has donated the study results to the city of Dubuque, so the information will be available to anyone in the community considering working on such a project. The site plan concept shown on screen here details one of the layout options supported by the study. This concept adds on to the existing Iamon Arena with one addition being the second sheet of ice and the second addition being indoor court sports facility. Now we'll move on to the Iowa Amphitheater project, a very exciting project going on right now in the city. The city applied for a Destination Iowa Outdoor Recreation Fund Grant administered by the Iowa Economic Development Authority. In March of 2023, the city was notified of the grant award by the Iowa Economic Development Authority for the amphitheater project in the amount of $3 million. And there was a local match requirement of $12.4 million for a total project cost of $15.7 million once you include the city staff, construction administration costs, as well as the cities doing the construction staking. Funding for the local match and the required amount of the $12.4 million is as follows. Greater Dubuque downtown TIF taxable debt of over $8.7 million and a DRA upfront contribution of over $3.6 million. And I'll note that the payments on that $8.7 million in public debt will be made by the DRA. So the city and the DRA are partnering on this impactful project to create a unique and exciting gateway into Iowa that will help grow the economy across the state, build upon current outdoor recreation amenities already on the island, connect people to new economic opportunities, and attract tourists from all over the nation. The open-air performance amphitheater will attract A and B type national acts, as well as be a venue for local symphony, college, university performance groups, nonprofit events, and regional performances. The stage will be constructed with an artful stage canopy that will help create a sense of place, and enhance acoustics, and protect performers from the sun and the weather. The amphitheater is planned as a versatile space to host varied audiences and size for regional acts up to 2,500 people and for national acts of 5,000 to 8,000 people. The project includes the demolition and removal of existing structures, including the dog kennel buildings, site clearing, mass grading for the amphitheater, utilities such as sanitary sewer, storm sewer, and public water main, utility work and plumbing, electrical controls and lighting, structural foundations, food and beverage facilities, parking and walkway paving, stage and artful canopy, newly located maintenance building, irrigation, final grading, and landscaping. Here's just a rendering looking at the front of the stage. This would be just behind the kind of mosh pit area, right at ground level of the stage. Here's a picture looking towards the Mississippi River. You can see the Wisconsin Bridge highlighted kind of in the background there. Here's a rendering showing the entire project looking towards the north. and also shows the parking lot upgrades that are planned. So over the winter, the dog track and kennels were demolished to prepare for the venue. The stage will be located where the old kennel buildings were previously. This picture shows the current status of construction. Contractor is working on completing the underground utilities and plumbing. The underground deep and intermediate foundation systems have been installed under future retaining walls, mat slabs, and the stage to prevent settlement. If you look there, you'll see where the deep foundation piles have been installed, that elliptical shape where the stage will be, next to that crane there. The contractor continues to work on grading, underground utilities, footings, and retaining walls. They started forming up footings and retaining walls this week. The concert series at the backwater stage will continue to be held in the parking lot this summer, and the concerts start, I believe, next month. And the amphitheater is planned to be open next year for the 2026 concert series. A little bit about marina dredging. We've done dredging projects over the years, and we've never really talked about them at our budget presentation. So a little bit of overview on our dredging projects. The engineering department has completed projects near the Dubuque Marina and at American Marine. These are the two marinas located in the city of Dubuque. Last year, we completed a dredging project at Dubuque Marina, which was funded by a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Boating Infrastructure Grant and a private local match paid for by Dubuque Marina. The Boating Infrastructure Grant funds pay for dredging to provide transient boats and boaters who operate vessels 26 feet or longer access to docking, harbor facilities like fuel, pump out, restroom, and showers, and access to clean water and electricity. There is currently a project being planned for this year to perform additional dredging at Dubuque Marina. Shown here is the 2025 dredging project. The project dredging locations are shown on the map with the yellow there being the two locations that we dredged in 2023. The orange is where we dredged last year, and the red is where we plan to dredge this year. The total public and private investment over 3 years, once this project is completed, will be over $1 million. So here's just a picture of showing a contractor performing what we call mechanical dredging near Dubuque Marina. Mechanical dredging involves the material being loaded by an excavator onto a barge and then unloaded off-site at an Army Corps engineer-approved dredge location. This is Dubuque Marina. These are sounding maps. On the left is the pre-dredging map, and the right is the post-dredging map. So everything's starting with the lightest blue color up to the darker blue color is less than 5 feet of water at a 7-foot river stage. Everything in yellow is above water at a 7-foot river stage, so land or islands. To put things into perspective, the amount of material dredged between just these two pictures is over 15,000 cubic yards. We loaded barges, we didn't load dump trucks, but that would be enough to fill over 1,500 dump trucks. It would be enough material to cover an entire football field 7 feet deep.
Oh my God.
So throughout these projects, we've worked with the marinas to prioritize their most critical areas needing to be dredged. As you can see, the silting in of these areas is a major issue for the marinas and their customers. Through our partnerships and dredging projects, we are helping to provide hope for the future. And I'll now turn it over to Max O'Brien to talk about sanitary, sewer, and stormwater.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members.
We're way past afternoon, Max.
Evening. I'm a civil engineer with a focus in water and environmental resources. And I guess the good news is we're in the home stretch. There's only 40 slides left.
Right, yeah, there you
go. Before we get into things, I wanted to start off with just some general statistics on the sanitary sewer in the city. The city owns and maintains roughly 300 miles of gravity sanitary sewer main with approximately 8,000 manholes. Roughly 20% of that total is over 100 years old. So aside from the wastewater treatment plant, the city owns and maintains 22 pressurized lift stations that are scattered throughout the city, which help convey sewage between service areas in areas where it's difficult to serve with gravity sewer. Or it's just pumping it directly to the treatment plant. So the maintenance, the repair, replacement, and long-term improvement planning responsibilities for all these various components are split. Those responsibilities are split across 3 different departments. So that'd be the WRRC, Wastewater Recovery Center, the Public Works Department, and the Engineering Department. So anytime I have the opportunity to get up here, I like to take time to discuss the Sanitary Sewer Asset Management Program, which is kind of a critical component of our long-term CIP planning, and it's just a big effort that we're ongoing and we're right in the middle of that kind of flavors everything that we're going to talk about. So this program, like all of these slides, some of these slides are just repeated from updates we provided previously, but I felt it'd be good to go over it again just to give some fresh context and just an update on where we are with some of the various efforts. So the general approach of the program was we were taking a risk-based approach. So risk is a composite of the scoring of the likelihood of failure and the consequence of failure of an asset. So you take those together and you come up with a quantifiable risk score. There's a lot more that we can get into on that, but just at a high level. So the overarching program goals we identified pretty early on. We wanted to have repeatable and dynamic processes. We wanted to develop that risk score. We wanted to identify staffing and resource needs. And we wanted to optimize our operation and maintenance procedures and protocols. So in previous presentations, we shared this. This is just guidance from the EPA on like what entails an asset management program. So we've largely completed the bulk of, I'll call it study 1, which is the data collection and analysis. But I will note that that's an ongoing, continuous process that we're always going to collect data, and that's always going to feed into what we're doing and inform us on the next steps. So right now, we're pretty heavily involved in the stages 2 and 3. Most of our task orders right now are focused on those, but we are getting close to getting to the studies 4 and 5, which would get into the long-term planning, cost to serve, and things like that. So I'm not going to read everything here, and we're actually going to talk about quite a bit of this in other slides, but due to the magnitude and complexity of the program, we took a task order by task order approach. So as we collect data, we do the analysis, we're kind of letting that guide the program just based on what's needed and where we're getting the most bang for our buck as we go. So what's shown on the screen is what we had identified as potential task orders when we were doing the initial scoping discussions. So everything in bold is either under contract or completed already, and those are ongoing efforts. The non-bolded items are we're close, we're working on the scoping discussions, or those are, we identified like other concurrent programs in the city that work with this program, may not necessarily be done under this effort. So we took a lot of those tasks and a lot of discussion with internal staff from all the various departments, we kind of developed, and after a lot of the initial data collection and analysis, we put together this roadmap of the program and identified kind of like general timelines, when we would start different task orders, things like that. So we came up with this roadmap. It's a much cleaner version. I wish I had a picture of the one from the RFQ. That was a very convoluted mess, but this is a cleaner version of it that's very specific to what we identified as critical path for our program. So far, I'll say we are pretty right on schedule with what we had identified with the roadmap, and we're roughly right where that red line is showing, but there are some tasks that are to the left of the line that may not be complete. We're still working through a couple of those items, but we are pretty well on track with our schedule. So this slide and the next few is just kind of giving very high level detail on like what was included in the task orders we have to date. So for task order 1 and 2, those were both pretty heavy on the data collection and analysis. But the big effort out of task order 2 was developing the city's hydraulic model that we now have, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Both of these tasks are roughly 93% complete, that last little bit is, again, that's just ongoing data collection effort. So these two task orders are kind of where we're spending the bulk of our time right now. We're heavy in the middle of this. So this is kind of when we get into developing the decision matrix and the logic that using that, how we come up with that risk score and what that means. And this is the meat and potatoes of it, and the part that I was really excited to get into. So I don't quite have a deliverable ready to share with some of these, but we're getting there. And then the other component of this is we're also so we've done a lot of analysis on the city's existing system and where we're at today, part of what we're doing under task order 4 is taking a longer view in terms of where do we want the city to go and how do we want to accommodate growth. So that's the other piece of what we're in the heavy analysis on. So this task order 5 was not listed in the original list of task orders, but we developed it. Once we had the hydraulic model calibrated and ready to go, we put together this task order, and it was intended to basically have funds available, so as development comes into the city, we would be able to support those developments. We could take a closer look and evaluate, okay, this development's coming in, do we have capacity? We could hone in on certain areas and just be able to better support development requests. So in similar programs elsewhere, in Iowa or other cities, we set this task order up to be similar, to be about 1 year worth of modeling support services. But just truthfully, with the quantity of requests that we've received, this task order, we're kind of close to exhausting the funds. So pretty soon here, we're going to reset up another recurring fund. But the long-term plan, because we just wanted this to be available so that we could support those. But the long-term plan is we're going to have an improvement request for more operational funds, so there will be a recurring pot of money in the operating budget that we could continue these modeling support services. So what's coming up next? The last two task orders that were identified in the roadmap, they're very heavy in the project development and prioritization. So kind of putting all the pieces together and coming up with a CIP list and prioritizing it based on that risk scoring. And then the last task order is, I'll call it a cost to serve analysis, where it's, okay, now we know here's the list of projects, how do we pay for it? And what's the best and most effective use of, like, if we do things in-house, what are the resources that we would need to be able to accommodate those? So those are the last two task orders, and working on getting that scoped with the consultant right now. We're close enough where we could start looking at getting into that effort. So aside from these last two task orders, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but just listing here like all the concurrent efforts and other programs, either within engineering or in conjunction with Public Works and WRC, where all these programs are working together, and the data from one will feed into the other very easily. So before getting into the project or like the specific project budgets, just wanted to take some time and go over a few slides with just some of the results and summary from the asset management program so far. So this slide is showing like we had multiple workshops with staff to discuss like what are the system needs, what are the priorities, where do we want this program to go. So this chart is just kind of a summary of those results and prioritizing what staff felt was critical for this system. So staff showed a heavy emphasis on updating data management and visualization practices that would allow us to like make easier, more data-driven practices. So one of the things we're doing for that is the task order right now is we're developing a dashboard where we could pull up model results, pull up the risk scoring, things like that right now. But it's beta phases, I guess. So also a big lift again was we had a lot of this data collection. So specifically with the hydraulic model, we had to collect a lot of new flow meter data. So it kind of has a shelf life. So anything more than 3 years old, it's enough things have changed in the system where the data it's good, but we'd rather get new data for model calibration. So supporting that, we have we installed flow meters all throughout the system. So when we started the study, in hindsight, these maps are probably a little too big for this scale, but the map on the left just kind of shows where we had flow meters placed in 2023. To the right is where we had them in 2024, and those were the data collected from all those meters was what we used for the initial model calibrations, which been pretty spot on from what we've seen. But just for these can be very time intensive. So just for context, like in order to collect sufficient data for us to use in calibrating the model, like one flow meter, when you install it, it needs to stay in that location for a minimum of 6 months for us to get data. And it's honestly preferable for us to get a year, because then we could see how the system reacts in all seasons, rainfall, snow melt, drought, seasonal industries, things like that. So it takes a long time to collect this data, but once we have it, we can do a lot with it. So this slide was just it's in late 2024, we installed 5 additional flow meters out in the Catfish Creek system, so we could kind of get further calibration on that. But we do have more meters planned to be installed in this calendar year. To do that though, so the city's current flow meters were purchased approximately 10 years ago. Most of them were purchased as part of the consent decree efforts early on, and most of them are at or beyond the expected manufacturing life. So we do have a funding request in FY26 budget for replacement of those flow meters. And that's split over the 20 flow meters over the next 2 years. So, sorry, losing track of my notes. So the hydraulic model was developed to include sanitary sewer that's 10-inch diameter and larger. So we didn't model every single pipe in the city, so just 10-inch and up. But what that would look like is in this map is any of the bold lines. That's the modeled sewer. So also, while we have 20 or more lift stations, not every one of those was included in the model because some of them are very small and they serve very localized service areas where it's just residential. And those surrounding pipes may not be included in that 10-inch and up. So right now, the model includes about half of the lift stations in the system. So they're all mapped on what's shown here. But as time progresses and we further collect flow meter data and we calibrate the system, we can definitely do a deeper analysis and include those smaller service area pipes. And we could also include those additional lift stations just as we collect more data. So again, this one of the larger tasks this calendar year was a much more detailed evaluation of the South Fork Catfish Creek system in particular, and that was included as part of those task order 5 model support or the development support tasks. So the benefits of having the hydraulic model like this and available for that is we can do much more detailed analysis, and we can find those pinch points in the system and identify what the problem is. So, for example, the findings from this specific South Fork analysis is like there was little to no inflow and infiltration response. There was very little wet weather response in the South Fork system. So what we found was that the, excuse me, I'm sorry. So there's very little wet weather response in the South Fork system, but in the North and Middle Fork system, which would be, it's kind of cut off in that image, but that system just above it, what's shown there, that did have a wet weather response. So that's an area that we're going to go stick more flow meters in this year to see if we could chase that down. So in the South Fork system, like it wasn't the wet weather response that we were seeing, but it was the flow rate from certain industrial users. So I want to be clear that it's not the volume of the flow. It's not how much flow that we're getting, but it's just how fast it's coming in. So the system wouldn't be, think like a funnel. It just hits that point and it can't get out quick enough. So we investigated that and we were able to validate a lot of the data. So that image shown there was bright sunny day. We opened up a manhole where the model was saying, hey, there's an overflow here. That's a 10-foot deep structure. Flow is 3 inches from the surface. So we were able to validate a lot of what the model was showing. But by having this data available and knowing why the situation we're in, we're better able to partner with these industrial users so that we can find ways to reduce that rate, and which would help them in terms of their operational costs and also provide us a system benefit. So we're kind of in the process of working through that right now. So as we move through the asset management program, again, all the practices and methodologies and mindset, it's kind of flavoring everything that we're doing in the capital improvement program. So right now, this is just a list of all the major programs that we have, or projects that we have going on right now, and kind of listed what their anticipated completion dates were. But I'll say that this is definitely not a complete list. Like, we have over 50 identified projects in our list, but these are just the major ones that are nearing completion. So everything else they're all various stages of concept, design, construction, but we're working to get these done in the timeframes that are shown here. So another program update before projects, I apologize, but wanted to give an update on the city's consent decree program. So the consent decree program with the IDNR and the federal EPA took effect in 2011 with the goal to eliminate sanitary sewer overflows within our collection system. The primary concerns that were identified within our system was to address excessive I&I, or inflow and infiltration, but specifically within the 5 sewer sheds that are noted here. And all 5 of those would be served by the Cedar and the Terminal Street lift station. So that's where the city and the EPA agreed upon a corrective action plan to address those issues that were identified within those service areas. And since then, we've done a lot of investigation. We've completed a lot of those projects, and roughly 90% of that corrective action plan has been completed, and the flow meter data that we have in those areas shows a significant reduction in I&I for those areas. So what the table's showing here is just a percentage split between what was identified on the public system versus on the private system. And the public system, per the diagram there, would be anywhere that it's the city main line. The private system would just be the laterals that connects from the home to the main. So the initial investigations identified problems on both sides. So we've worked to get through roughly 90% of each. So the other program that we have is the sanitary sewer CCTV and cleaning inspection program. This is being done in conjunction with the Public Works Department, where this program is more supplementing their day-to-day routine maintenance. This is supplementing where they may not have the equipment or the time to get to certain locations. So through this program, we're trying to find things before they become a problem, but on average, we're identifying defects that would, if we were to fix those right then and there, on average, roughly $350,000 a year of defects that we're identifying. That's a lot of where we got our budget request numbers from. So, but again, this program works very well in tandem with the asset management program. So the results from one feeds very well into the other, and they help kind of tell the story a little bit better. So through the asset management program, we've evaluated all of our historic inspection data, like dating back all the way to 2006, which again, there's a shelf life on this, but we still evaluated everything that we could, or that we had available, and just all of our inspection maintenance records, and we kind of developed a risk map or a priority map on where we should go. And so we've also, as part of that, kind of come up with an optimum cleaning and inspection schedule for the system, or for our system. Full disclosure, that optimum schedule, like, we don't have the staffing and resources to do that, but we're currently working on a way to figure out, okay, how do we get there and what do we need? So we're working on that plan right now. If you took away money, we've identified the optimum schedule for our system based on our data, but we're working on the way, how do we get to the point where we could get to that schedule currently? So over 2024, there were 14 major repair projects of varying scales that were made as a direct result of the investigations from this program. So for the last 3 years or so, the cost of the repairs that are noted as emergency, like just in general, like because of the situation and a lot of times the complexity of those and the urgency, like on average, we're paying about $1,000 a foot to make those repairs, versus when we put out a planned project and we could catch it and it's more proactive, we're paying roughly $300 to $400 a foot, just total. So it just kind of emphasizes the need for these programs to kind of catch these things early and start working more towards a planned and proactive maintenance schedule, rather than waiting for dealing with the emergencies as they happen, which is always going to happen, but like we're working towards trying to move more proactively. So the following slides just kind of have some before and after photos from some of these issues that we found over the last year. I won't go into too much detail here, but just kind of wanted to give some before and afters. The ones on the right here, those are actually, we're gearing up to get those repaired either later this month or next month. So specifically with the Catfish Creek sewer shed, this area was identified as high-risk infrastructure with capacity issues in a previous study. So the city has taken steps towards addressing the improvements in this area. So the recommended fiscal year 26 CIP includes the 6 projects that are listed here. The Old Mill Road lift station was broken up into 2 projects, with the first one being under construction currently and the phase 2 being currently advertised for bid. The next phases of that project, which would be continuous improvements of that, addressing the capacity issue, would be the lower reaches, that middle fork system, which would be roughly from the new lift station to roughly Brunskill Road area. And then a similar limit on the South Fork system from the Old Mill lift station to roughly North Cascade Road. The budget also includes funding for an extension out to the Southwest Arterial Interchange that would allow the city to support some anticipated developments in city growth. And then the last project is a reconstruction of a interceptor up on Brunskill Road that was identified as a major source of I&I and maintenance-related issues. Like, there's a lot of roots and it's in the middle of the creek. It's just, that project is, it's been designed, it's ready to go. It's just, we need funding requests so that we could complete construction. So the Old Mill Road lift station project is in the first phase of the improvements within the overall sewer shed. So the new station will have a design capacity of 20 million gallons a day, with the potential to increase that capacity to 30 million gallons a day. with some interim or like incremental updates, like changing impeller sizes on the pumps. It'll also allow us to do larger, deeper sewers for the next phases of the projects, and it'll set that up so that we can continue those projects. The project's also going to take capacity pressures off of the existing Catfish Creek lift station, which currently only has a capacity of 8 million gallons a day, but that serves in that image everything in the green and the orange, where so the Old Mill Road lift station was split under 2 phases. The first one is, again, under construction. The second one is advertised for bid. I don't know if this is going to work for us, but oh, it did. So these are just some photos of the construction of the project. So just wanted to share these just for kind of the magnitude of how large this project is and how deep and intense that excavation is. So the first, and again, we're well under construction. The video that's playing on the right is the first of the 3 like very large diameter bores that's going underneath the railroad. That was just completed last week or maybe the week prior. I think they're gearing up to start the second bore, I believe, next week. I don't have the little slider on the video, but there it goes. I was trying to, I have a note to start it halfway through. There we go. So the next phase of improvements for the Catfish Creek system is, like I said, the lower reaches of the Middle Fork. So this project's going to entail upsizing the sewer for approximately 2 miles, and it's going to go from an 18-inch to a 48-inch, and it'll be installed about 10 feet deeper than what it is today to account for creek crossings, railroad crossings, and future extensions of sewer where we would be able to connect. So the total estimated cost for this phase is approximately $24 million. The application for the SRF planning and design loan was submitted on April 7th. We anticipate being on the state's intended use plan this June or July. So as soon that basically the funds should be available as soon as the fiscal year starts. So the South Fork project is, again, similar limits. This one is going to be a half mile of sewer being upsized from a 12-inch to a 54-inch, and then in a mile and a half from 18 to 36. And it's just kind of depending, but it's the same reasons where it's creek crossings and providing depth for future extensions and connections to the system. Total project is estimated about $14 million, and again, the planning and design loan was submitted in April, and funds should be available for use with the start of the fiscal year. So one of our current projects under construction right now is the Granger Creek lift station improvements. So that is the station that serves the area in the orange on the map to the right. That station was originally constructed in 1999 to serve the Dubuque Technology Park and the Key West area. But the proposed improvements are going to bring the design capacity for that station from 500,000 gallons a day to 3 million gallons a day, which will help support development and growth in the south part of the city. So that project will be completed well before the end of the year, this calendar year. Another current initiative that we have is the sanitary sewer improvement projects on the Schmidt Island. That project is under design with plans anticipated to be ready for construction sometime this fall. So that project is going to address the identified structural capacity and I&I issues that were identified specifically on the north side of the island. A lot of those defects were the result of just the sewer being installed in the landfill material that it caused some failures that attributed to all that. But as part of this project, we've also been in close coordination with all the various developments on the island, trying to make sure that we work with schedules and that when an area is disturbed, it's disturbed once, and we're not repeating any impacts to anybody's, trying not to impact schedules as much as possible. Another lift station that we have under ongoing effort right now is the Kerper Boulevard sanitary lift station, which was identified needed to support both providing adequate capacity for a nearby development and also addressing operation and maintenance concerns at the facility itself. So I did want to emphasize, like, this project took a more holistic approach. So it wasn't just today's flow, wasn't just that development, but we also looked at like the other issues in this system. So we'll talk, I've got another slide for it in a bit, but there's a section of sewer that we refer to as track line that's located between Garfield and Kerper Boulevard. There's a sewer line that's located right along the track, and the top right image just kind of shows the proximity to it, but that's a very high risk sewer that has a lack of capacity. It's not great condition, and there's little to no access due to the proximity of the railroad. So the lift station project was designed with future redirections of that track line sewer to the lift station, to like setting it up for that future improvement. So the lift station is currently under construction, and we anticipate it to be completed and operational before the end of the year. Again, with the track line sewer, so the fiscal year 26 budget request includes the initial phases of that track line sewer redirection. This would address the track line from roughly Hawthorne down to Whittier Street, which is the north half of the track line sewer, which is the worst half. So this project, or this request, would account for the design and relocation of that portion. And again, this is the portion that would be redirected to that lift station that is currently being constructed. So closing out on the sanitary budget, this is just a list of the overall CIP requests for FY26 and then the total funding associated with each of those projects. So switching hats, I will also be going through the stormwater budget. Alex, this is you next year, buddy. So kind of taking a similar approach to the sanitary sewer, wanted to talk about the city's drainage basins. There are 5 overall drainage basins, or HUC 12 units, which are hydraulic unit codes, that get identified by the United States Geological Service, or USGS. We've taken those 5 HUC codes and broken them down into 17 distinct drainage basins that serve the city footprint and a little bit beyond. But the city is responsible for managing each of these drainage basins as part of our municipal separate storm sewer system permit, or MS4 permit, in compliance with the Federal Clean Water Act. So the goal of the MS4 permit is to promote both adequate water quality and quantity management to mitigate flooding and environmental concerns within each of those drainage basins that were shown on the previous page. So the quality goal is pollutant reduction. So we're trying not to have the petroleum byproducts or sediment in waterways. And the quantity goal is to make sure that we have adequate capacity in our storm sewer system. So as part of our MS4 program, and we do site plan reviews and the stormwater calculations. So as Nate had mentioned earlier, we perform as part of the city's DRT. So in terms of stormwater management, those plan and calculation reviews are kind of like a first line of defense to make sure that each project that goes on in the city is compliant with the city's MS4 program, and that there's not going to be impacts to downstream properties or sewer system or infrastructure in terms of waterway capacity or quality. So also as part of our MS4 program, we're required to do construction site inspections and manage or go through and keep track of everything that's going in, just make sure the sites are compliant with the state general permit number 2. So we monitor projects through the design and construction, in some case, long-term maintenance to ensure the compliance with our permit. So any site with over an acre of disturbance during construction is required to have quarterly inspections. And then depending on the situation, there could be additional requirements, but in general, that's the primary thing. If you're over an acre, you're on our list, and we have quarterly inspections that we manage. So those situations where we're doing a little bit more longer term maintenance type stuff, we do inspections of the stormwater management facilities in the city as well. So like that would be detention ponds, rain gardens, bioretention cells, things like that. We have a list of all those in the city that we also do. Depending on ownership, we do either yearly or once per permit cycle, which the permit cycle is usually a 4 or 5 year period. So this past year, we've inspected 172 management structures. So the big ticket item on the proposed FY26 stormwater CIP is the B Branch Pump and Gate project, which Jim was talking about, so I won't rehash that. But one project I did want to draw attention to is the stormwater management program, which it's kind of halfway through the list. So that program is intended to be a utility-wide analysis and optimization program, kind of similar to the sanitary sewer asset management program, taking a very similar approach. So the city has a 2001 stormwater master plan that was great, and it helped lead the city into the B branch analysis and all the 12 phases of those projects. But it's 20 plus years old, so it's kind of due for an update, and we've made a lot of great progress in the B branch area. So the requested stormwater management program would kind of do a refresh of that master plan and again take a citywide approach, get into more details on each of the other basins, and see where the other priorities that we may need to address, and account for any growth that's happened over the last 20 years in B Branch and other basins of the city. So we could prioritize across all 17 of the basins. So to meet the needs of the recommended budget, the monthly stormwater fee for the average homeowner is proposed to increase by approximately 53 cents from the average of $10.50 a month to a new average of approximately $11.03 per month. So this slide's provided for a comparison to Dubuque's stormwater utility rate along Iowa's top city or largest communities. Dubuque continues to have the second highest rate, but that gap has been closing each year. And finally, since 2003, when the stormwater utility was established, the city provided subsidies to offset the cost of the fee. These subsidies are for property tax exempt organizations, low to moderate income households, and residential farming operations. So we're proposing to continue this in FY26. And
the thank you slide exists. There it is. All right. Well, we are in a public hearing. So, wait
a second.
I didn't realize.
I got a few extra slides.
It said that you do not have a few extra slides. There's no possible way you have any more slides on there, Gus.
As I conclude, I want to express my appreciation for the outstanding efforts of our staff. You can see they're all very passionate about what they do. Thank you, staff. I'm truly blessed to be working with such wonderful, dedicated people to our department, along with other departments. And thank you, City Council, for your support and confidence in the engineering department. And one last thing I want to say. Thank you, John. I told, we sort of joke around in engineering, John is our MVP. Every time I ask John to do something, he hardly ever complains. So thank you, John. We're going to miss you very much. And so now, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Gus. I'm sorry that I cut you off earlier. Well, thank you, Gus, Nate, John, Dave, Justine, Justin, Jim, and Max. I wrote you down in order, so I made sure I hit everybody. We are in a public hearing to talk about the engineering budget. Happy to accept any public input at this time.
And I thought I gave long presentations when I did. I did contact Guinness to submit you for the longest presentation at a public hearing.
You're welcome to
And-
keep this one short, Clark, if
Yeah.
you want. Yeah.
Well, and, I was surprised to hear John was retiring because it was the early 90s that we, yeah, and thank God we went on to bigger and better things. I'm not really here to complain about anything. In fact, recently, I had a sit down with Gus and assistant engineer, based on, a comment that I made, my 2.5% inflation comment, and that kind of was in the car, got a phone call. It was hands-free, by the way, that, wanted to meet with me. And, I was kind of surprised at that because usually my communications with the engineering department, email, and you're expecting emails back. I'm getting phone calls and meetings. I guess, it's almost like being treated as a high roller at Caesar's Palace. So, I have no complaints, the $12, for what it costs the average homeowner, or the 53 cents. I can give up my 2 bacon, egg, and cheese, cheese sandwiches and my McDonald's Coke for that. The only 2 things, that I guess my new items that I'd say are a little bit of concern. Was it a year ago at this time in May, or 2 years ago, there was the sort of pseudo speed study done and talk about traffic cameras. And it'd be kind of interesting to do that same thing at the same locations. Do we have the same problem? Has it gotten worse, or has it gotten better? The talk of the speed cameras, I say, kind of pulled the Jimmy off. It's no longer seen or heard from on that. And the only other thing I'd have is give the engineering department their own day for the public hearing, started at 5:30, so we can get home before midnight. I mean, the TH left. The perfect headline for them would have been public hearing starts on the 24th, ends on the 25th. But, otherwise, I have no complaints. We had the meeting to discuss, construction costs, sewer and water. And those are the most expensive projects you can think of. When you say water, there are the dollar signs. And I understand that. And when we had the meeting, we kind of broached the topic of, I asked about a street, when it was going to be done. Where is it on the priority list? And, they mentioned, there are other streets than the one that I mentioned. And I went through that, a lot of people just care about the street they live on or the one they drive the most. And I think the engineering staff would agree, if they only had to worry about one road, that's a luxury. They got to worry about all the roads. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Clark, for your comments. Carol, I see you over there. You've been here. Carol, you've been here all night. Do you have any public input? No, you're good? Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't want to pass over you. Okay. All right. I don't see anybody else out there. Anybody virtually?
There was written input submitted by Sherry Henschel at 995 June Drive. It was submitted a few hours ago and has been uploaded to the agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Adrian. All right, let's bring it back to us. I want to start, and I don't think it's any surprise. I want to ask some sewer questions because I'm going to ask some very direct sewer questions. So and I'll preface it with this. It is unfortunate. I understand that our reporter had to leave for the evening, but this is recorded, and that's a good thing. I understand there'll be a news story this weekend about sewers. It's become a thing we're talking a lot about. So I think a couple things I want to say about it first as a preface, and then we'll go to the questions, Gus. I don't think everybody's talking about it, but there are a few people who are talking about it, and they're talking about it a lot. And it's primarily people who are in the midst of doing development in the Catfish Creek sewer shed, dealing with some sort of development in some stage of development, whether that's something that's actively being built or something that is being considered in the next several years or sometime. The understanding that I have from this situation so far is that, and I kind of got a little bit more from Max's presentation here, we identified that there is and it sounds like we identified this problem because of the flow meters that we've had installed. And the flow meters showed us that we found a flow rate that was higher than we anticipated, and that was causing some overflows in certain areas. Max showed us a picture of that. Is that a generally accurate representation?
Yes, in the South Fork, yes.
Okay, in the South Fork of Catfish Creek. Okay, so my direct question is, there's like a two-part question. When did we know this, and when were we able to inform people of this who had these active projects going on? Because that's the biggest thing that I'm hearing. Essentially, we're being, as a city, I think we're being accused that we were holding information back in some way and not sharing it with the people who had these active projects. So if you could shed some light on this, Gus, it'd be very helpful.
Okay, very difficult to answer, but we know that we've had issues with the sewers during rainfall occurrences.
Mm-hmm.
So every sewer has a situation where they have I&I infiltration, which is groundwater getting in the system, or inflow. It's a direct connection. It's a direct connection that's not supposed to be there from stormwater into the sanitary sewer system. Like years ago, we went through the whole city and identified like over 500 homes that had illegal sump pumps. We went there, they disconnected them. We looked at manholes, we did everything. We smoke tested the city. We tried to eliminate as much as possible. There's a lot of things that were impossible to remove. Connections were made illegally underneath basement floors. We just couldn't find them. We knew they were there, but we couldn't find them. There's no way to identify it. So we looked at I&I, and we've had a pretty active I&I program. You saw all those pictures of manholes deteriorate. So we've done that. So Max with his, and Todd Irwin, they looked at the whole system in depth, put all the flow meters, and determined that there is some issues in town, like most towns have with I&I. So that's the issue that we're having, is with I&I during rainfall occurrences, and some of the sewers are getting to near capacity.
So when did we know that we needed, so we heard from the Iowa DNR, correct? So the Department of Natural Resources.
We've met with them on a specific project, and they told us, not in so many words, that we need to, watch what we're doing as far as development going to the sewer system, because it could lead to direct connections and direct overflows.
And that means not directly. So the city manager the other night told us that we can't, over a certain amount of people that are going to be involved in whatever development project, so it's 14 people,
Right.
the other night.
Right.
If it's over that amount, then we have to specifically work with that developer and figure out how we can manage this, because as of right now, the DNR is not allowing us to connect.
They haven't said that officially, but that's what the intent is. I mean, we don't want to make a connection that will potentially overload the system.
So the whole idea is we need to make sure that we're not overloading the system.
Correct.
With adding any new development to that system.
Yeah, and the issue is, like Max said, it's during those rainfall occurrences that we have issues.
Yeah. So, and that's an important thing. It's not a constant thing all the time. It's that there's certain peak moments and flows that are occurring.
Correct.
Okay. Real quick, and then I'll open it up for everybody else. I've got multiple questions here, but so it's not that I asked this question very directly the other night. People can still flush their toilet, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So homeowners are generally unaffected by this.
The homeowners are not affected.
That currently have connections. So we can run our faucets, we can flush our toilets.
Correct.
Yeah. Businesses can do the same.
Absolutely.
Industries are still functioning.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. I'll open it up to others, and then I'll ask some more questions. Mr. Resnick.
Very quickly, after seeing all of that work with the upcoming infrastructure projects, you did not oversell this transformative projects. you can see that it is going to be amazing, all the different possibilities that this extensive multi-million-dollar, upgrade is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I compared it to all those major projects. I mean, the Southwest Arteria, every project was a $150 million project or whatever it was. And, if you extrapolate the cost back then, this is a major project. This is an important project. And, any further development depends on us getting this project done, in a timely manner in the next 3 to 4 years.
Right. And you can just see with the massive amount of work that's going to go into this, that it's going to be, great for another 50 years, that we're going to be.
I said to somebody, we're going to all be gone before, we actually utilize all the sewer. But it's going to be great for our children, our grandchildren, and everybody from then on for the city, because we'll be able to extend the city to the south and west after we get this project done.
Yeah, I thought it was a great intro. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Spring.
Gus, remind me how many miles this whole project is, the Catfish Creek?
Well, the one section's 2. Max, can you help me out on the
I think we're up
exact?
to 5 miles.
It's $131 million for sure. That's what I know.
How many miles is it, Max, the whole project for the Catfish Creek?
So both sections that are in the improvement, so the South Fork section, each one is about 2 miles.
Okay.
So 4 total.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Manager Mike Van Milligan.
Sure, Mike, go for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to disconnect and reconnect because I don't know, once you're on so long, you can't talk anymore. I don't know, but I was trying to contribute a little bit earlier. You asked an important question about timing, and Gus Sahoyas mentioned that we had a meeting, including a developer, with the DNR, and that's when we learned about their reluctance to continue issuing connection permits for large projects unless, as we make incremental improvements to the system, or there's temporary solutions for each individual development. But what wasn't said, because you had asked about timing, you said the when, there was nobody answered that question about when was that. And so I'm going to ask Gus to answer it. My recollection, it was March of 2025. Is that right, Gus?
Yeah, that's the date that, the models and the data's still coming in. I mean, Max is working with HDR consultant that's modeling the whole system. And that's the date that, we have a real issue when it's raining and the sewer's full. So, that's just obvious. You don't want to, add to the problem that we already have by, saying, hey, you can develop this or use this. So that's when we decided that, we better start, looking at it a little bit more in depth. And Max has been working with HDR, and they're modeling different scenarios. So what they're doing is say, hey, what happens next year when we get the old mill lift station? Let's run some scenarios. Let's run scenarios of a 2-year storm, a 1-year storm, and see how it impacts the Middle Fork and the South Fork to see how much extra capacity we'll have when we get that intermediate project of the old mill station done. And then as soon as we get done with the old mill, we're going to start both on the South Fork and the Middle Fork, improving the capacity there. So as soon as we get done and that's turned on, the plan right now is to start building those 2 sewers. So Max said that we already applied on April 7th for a planning design load for those 2 projects.
And so, Gus, along those lines, this idea of incremental improvement. So we've already started construction on the old mill lift station, which will be done by December of 2026, an over $40 million project. So that's the results of some of our studies. We said, oh, okay, here's one of the projects that needs to happen now. Already started, well on its way. You saw construction pictures during your presentation. And along with that, we've identified that there's existing users that we can partner with and reduce their flows. And they're cooperatively having those discussions with us. Some that could remove up to 1 million gallons a day, which is a very substantial amount of flow, considering on a dry weather flow, I think our sewer plant processes like less than 7 million gallons a day. So when you talk about taking 1 million gallons a day out of the system, that's a lot. And in addition to that, there's going to be incremental improvements along the way. So the budget includes $131 million over a 5-year period of capital expenses in our sewer system, including the sewer plant. About $85 million of that is just in the sanitary sewer system. That's where Gus showed all those massive projects we've done and other things. This is another one of those massive projects that we're doing to prepare for the future. And as December 2026 hits, and we've done improvements over the next year and a half to take flow out of the system by partnering with existing users, and we hit December of 26 and then have a massive improvement with putting the old mill lift station online. And then we'll start laying the new 54-inch sewers, replacing in some places 18-inch sewers. And by summer of 2027, we'll have added a capacity for another 1 million gallons a day. And by December of 27, we'll have added capacity for 3 million gallons a day. Now, I want to go back to remind you that it's about 7 million gallons a day during dry weather that goes into our sewer plant. Now, in wet weather, it can go as high as 20 million gallons a day. So the sewer plant can handle that, but that's what happens in wet weather conditions. And at all that time, we're also going to be doing what Gus said, which is removing infiltration and inflow, identifying sources of it, so that 20 million gallons a day in wet weather conditions constantly is coming down. So we have a multifaceted approach that is going to have incremental improvements along the way. I've heard some people say, very few by the way, about, oh, it's going to be 4 years before we can do anything. That's just absolutely not true. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Ms. Farber.
Yeah, so can I change to a different project?
Sure, yeah.
All right,
I'm
so
coming back to this one, but yeah, sure.
Okay. So, Dave, in your presentation, when you talked about the broadband and the fiber expansion, just want to thank you for that perspective and all the continuous history, because that kind of puts it all into perspective up until today's new data center. And I was quite impressed and didn't know that we had over 1,000 miles of usable duct. And I think that's quite impressive as well. And the only question I have is, how soon can we get to the data center and see the facility?
I walked all the way up here just to turn it over to Jim Bosley. Do you know Jim? Yeah. Yeah. I just get the fiber there.
Well, thank you for the promenade.
But I know Jim's been working on it. So.
Yeah, that was something we're moving forward. Actually, the remaining steps that need to be completed probably will be done tomorrow. My hope is within a week or two, our goal, Joe Pregler and I, was to May 1st have occupancy.
Okay.
So we're close. We're very close, yeah.
Good. And I'm thinking on behalf of Chris Coleman, hopefully before she retires, that she has the opportunity to cut a blue ribbon or something similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate your presentation very much, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting out of here before midnight. Other questions? Keep going. Yes, Ms. Wendell.
I don't want to let the night go by without saying thank you for the Green Alleys and Ward 4. The folks that have built businesses down on Central deserve to be able to experience those green alleys as we rehab Central. I'm excited for those. They're going to be wonderful. So thank you, staff, for doing that. We had the opportunity when I first started on council to sit down and watch a crime that was solved based on our cameras. It was really impactful for me. Just know that I fully support those cameras, and I will continue to do so because it keeps our community safe. You are all good people, and none of you intentionally tried to fool anyone with our sewer. Let me say that again. You are all good people, and no one intentionally tried to pull one over on anyone. What we did is we identified that incremental improvements needed to be made. We learned in March that we wish they could come faster, and they can't, but we didn't know that they needed to come this fast. And so I appreciate that in healthcare we want things stat. Well, you don't get a sewer system stat. And I wish that we could, and I know you do too. But I appreciate all the work that you have done, and that I know you'll continue to do to get this done and do it right. And like you said, not just for us, but for our kids and our grandkids in the future, and what they'll be able to experience in the growth of our city. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, sure, Mr. Jones.
Just thank Katie for saying that so well. I've been looking for words like that all night. We are where we are. It matters less how we got here than it matters how we get out. And we've got a solid plan to move forward and solve the issue before us. We've got some incremental steps we can take to lessen the impact on developers that are waiting to do things. And good work. Good work. It's a complicated problem that took years to develop. No one could have foreseen when they were putting those pipes in 100 years ago what the city would look like today. And we've been good stewards of the system, and steps have been taken, and professional services have been engaged to help us identify and understand the problem over the last decade, not over the last week. And we're moving towards solutions as fast as it can be done. Now, the other thing you said very well, Katie, is money is not so much the object as it takes time to dig these things. Pieces have to be put in the correct order or it doesn't work. And even if there was wheelbarrows full of $100 bills, we couldn't get it done much faster because it takes time. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for the good work, everybody. Good presentations.
Yeah.
Tons of information. Hope people are watching because you can be underappreciated in these jobs, and believe me, you are appreciated by me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's why we record these. So, Gus, I got a couple more questions, then we're out of here.
That's okay.
And this might be you or Mike. How many people have called, how many developers have called us and said that I got a problem because of this issue that has been caused by the sewer? I need to meet with you. How many phone calls have we gotten here on that?
I've had maybe one or two, but there's like 15 or 20 that have questioned it. And
Yep.
Proactively next week, we're going to look at what their potential issue down the road is, and
Yep.
we're going to try to meet with them individually.
Awesome. You answered both my questions then. So it's basically, we've got about 15 or 20 people that we need to talk to individually about their
they're just
individual
questioning
projects. and work
stuff,
with.
projects
All right.
in the future. And,
Yep.
there's one or two that have said, hey, we got a project going right now. It's a small project, so
Gotcha.
they got the approval to go ahead with it.
And we're going to work with them to try to identify solutions
Absolutely.
to
We're gonna
those
work-
specific problems the
We're going
best
to try
we
to
can.
meet everybody
All right.
individually and see what we can come up with.
Cool. Then I'm going to close with this. So first of all, everybody, thank you so much for the presentations tonight. All the presentations we had tonight were great. And it's very helpful to do this. I say every single year how thankful I am to be in a city that is this transparent. It doesn't get any more transparent than what we've just been through in the last few weeks and talking about all these things. We're going to finish this up on Monday night with our last presentation. Sometimes transparency takes a long time. And sometimes I think it feels a little bit like, why in the world are we sitting here until midnight? But when I go back and watch these videos, I realize how useful it is to have this stuff recorded. And it's much more useful to be here to discuss it together and, serve in this way, in this capacity, than it is to just have you record it and post it. I mean, it's just so much better. So here's the thing that I want to make sure that I say about this particular issue that we're running into right now. Obviously, major project, major investment. There has been no lack of transparency in trying to get through all the details of this. There are times when cities run into major challenges, like big ones that have to do with big infrastructure projects like this one. We've run into one of those right now. This is a challenge. It is absolutely not a crisis. We are not at crisis mode. We need to basically take a step back. Everybody needs to calm down, and we need to have some real discussions about this. We've received some fairly mean emails about this particular issue, and I want to make sure that I ask that we all maintain a solution focus as we go through with this process. We need to be solution focused in how we're going to deal with the challenge ahead of us. We need to avoid things like guesses, assumptions, misinformation, disinformation. It leads to things like panic. And we need to not have that kind of stuff. And we're talking about a problem that involves 20 people who are doing important projects that we need to talk to, and we're going to next week. We're going to sit down and talk with those folks. But I'm going to ask every one of those folks to please approach us with a sense of calm and collaboration and leadership in this effort, because that's what it requires. We're all trying to lead ourselves through a challenging moment. So let's just work through it. That's how we need to fix something like this. I am fully confident that we are going to get through this and be able to fix it. I'm pretty confident we're going to be able to come up with some pretty good short-term solutions with people. I'm extremely confident that our long-term solutions are in place. We just talked about them tonight. We're investing heavily in this. We're working really hard on it, and we're using really good data. I mean, you know, we talked about some really good stuff, and that's just on this project. The data that you talked about and the ways that we're approaching problems in this community we're doing a really good job. Let's keep it up. And let's everybody work together on it is what I'm asking as we go through this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gus. All right, everybody. Enjoy the last 10 minutes of your Thursday. We are adjourned.